Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we all know and all expect in Australia is good roads where you haven't got potholes, roads which are well maintained, and roads which are safe for those to use. In parts of Latrobe in the southeast, we're covered by the Dandenong Ranges, and areas such as Gembrook, Cockatoo and Emerald, the basic requirement of having a sealed road often doesn't occur. And it's very tough for residents when you're driving along and you're hitting a pothole, or it's a dirt road, or in wet conditions, you go around the corner in gravel and lose control. And sadly, over the years too, there's been a lot of young people in particular not knowing the road conditions, especially driving on gravel roads and unsealed roads. It's a lot more dangerous, Madam Deputy Speaker, than driving on a normal road. So over the years, the residents, especially in Cockatoo and Gembrook, got very sick and tired of not having the basic requirements of having sealed roads. So they set up a group called Craig 21, and they worked with Cardinia Shire Council to put a proposal. Initially it was a very small proposal, it was only a few $1 million to start to get some of the roads sealed. Now, can I just say on a more important issue when it comes to the sealing of these roads, and for those who may recall, back in 1983 we had the Ash Wednesday bushfires which devastated areas of Latrobe, Upper Beaconsfield, and tragically 12 CFA firefighters lost their lives. But Cockatoo was hit extremely hard, and also Gembrook. And one of the aspects is that when it comes to fire and smoke on roads and you're driving along, and people may not be aware of this, but when smoke basically gets so thick you can't really see where you're going, basically you've got some image of the road in front of you. And when you have a channel, when I say a channel on the side of the road that could be up to 1 metre deep in parts where water's washed this way, it just becomes exceptionally dangerous. So back in 2019, under the former Liberal government, we secured a massive package of $300 million. Of 150 went to Yarra Ranges Council, and 150 million went to Cardinia to seal 110 kilometres of dirt road covering 164 local streets. And it was something that the locals were very excited about and had waited many years. And can I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, too, when it comes to fairness, you have in my electorate too, and all across the country, greenfield sites where people, when they move in there, they expect to have sealed roads as a matter of course. Well, because residents have moved in many years ago, they don't get that luxury. In actual fact, the council, Cardinia Council, estimated the way the sealing of the roads would go would actually take another 80 years for those roads to sealed. So we made that announcement. It wasn't an election commitment. We actually put it in the budget to make sure it would actually occur. And instead of having 164 roads sealed, only 38 was sealed. And the only reason was because when the Albanese Labor government was first elected in 2022, they cut the funding. They didn't advise or have any consultation with residents. They just simply cut the funding, which obviously very much upset the local residents who were in play with the special roads scheme with Cardinia Council and Yarra Ranges Council. They notified the residents, taken surveys, done a lot of work on this, and it just ripped the guts out of those people who are just waiting for the roads to be sealed. To have, at the very least, not having to wash their cars every weekend because of the dust, but at very worst, when we get a natural disaster, especially bushfire, it makes it extremely dangerous. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, where did the road funding disappear to? The 300, or I think it was in total now, maybe 50 million had been spent on Cardinia and a similar amount, I think it was 40 million in Yarra Ranges. The remainder was moved by the Albanese Labor government to go over to the suburban rail loop. So the suburban rail loop, as we know, has never had a business case with it. In actual fact, the Labor government put in $2 billion of taxpayer-funded road projects across Victoria, and obviously they just targeted Liberal seats and Liberal, what they would perceive as Liberal voters. But can I just say the unfairness is, and especially those areas up in Cockatoo, Gembrook, it's not political. I've never won a polling booth up there. It's about doing the right thing for the community, and sadly it was ripped away from them. And when we look at the suburban rail loop, well, there's now been huge questions asked about that, and we're now seeing again the state Labor Allen government needing more money to stump up for that project, now looking at business taxes and land taxes. So what other, and before I go on, so again, and I give all credit to Senator Bridget McKenzie, who was looking after infrastructure projects, and also Aaron Violi, the member for Casey. We pursued this because we needed to have certainty again for the local residents, and we felt so bad the money being ripped out of their basically out of their hands, knowing this money was going to be delivered under a Liberal government. And we recommitted the last federal election, and guess what? I don't know how many times I called on the state Labor candidate, Jeff Springfield, to match when I met him. And can I just say, he's a hell of a nice guy off the subject, but he couldn't come up with the match. But I still say to the Albanese government, you've done the wrong thing by the residents who just deserve their roads to be sealed. So what other road project locally was the road funding cut from? Well, again, it was Wellington Road. For those who don't know Wellington Road, again, and we had council proposals from Cardinia, Knox and Casey and Yarra Ranges, and all, this is again back in 2019, and all put forward the need for the road to be duplicated. It's a very dangerous road. There's a number of fatalities been there over the years. Can I say also Bill Shorten, when he was the leader of the Labor Party, came out and committed during the election campaign that they would honour the funding for Wellington Road. And Wellington Road, as I said, it is a very dangerous road, even on a good day when you have people overtaken. There's been a number of fatalities. Madam Deputy Speaker, but worse still, if there's a fire up in Cockatoo, Gembrook and Emerald, those areas, it's one of the major evacuation points for those residents. Now, as we've seen before, when it comes to fires and trees fall down the road, or motorists are driving along and they lose control and there's a crash, well, obviously one lane, or two, no, obviously wouldn't be getting too many people driving towards the hills, but those leaving, the more lanes you got, and this is, I remember when the CFA put letters of support, it just becomes a lot more safer for local residents to evacuate in emergency. Now, a few years back we had the Bunyip fires up in just near Gembrook, and we were very lucky that the wind actually didn't go towards the west, because if the wind took off we would have had a major fire up there, and obviously again residents would mainly be evacuating from Wellington Road. So this is an area I've been very passionate about. I lived on a unsealed road for many years myself, and it really impacts on residents in Beaconsfield up, and remember, as I said before, that's had awful tragedies when it comes to bushfires. Cockatoo, Emerald, Gembrook, Guys Hill, Mount Burnett, Narnagoo North, even Officer and Pakenham Upper. All residents deserve to be treated equal. Under the Labor Albanese government, everyone's equal, but some are more equal than others, and those, when it comes to supporting the suburban rail loop, really got the great support. When it came to other residents who just want the basics to have a road sealed so they don't have to drive through potholes and dust they missed out. And I'll keep fighting, and I know the member for Casey, Aaron Violi, will keep fighting because it is the right thing to do. And it's just sad that this money was simply cut away. It was budgeted for to go into the white elephant, the suburban rail loop, which even now I think the Albanese government realises it's a white elephant, and it's a disgrace that money was moved from Latrobe residents who just wanted their road sealed to the suburban rail loop. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 1947, the Palestinians were promised a state of their own by the UN General Assembly in a resolution which Australia's Doc Effort played a crucial role in crafting. 78 years later, Palestinian people remain stateless. Much worse, since 1947, they have been systematically dispossessed of their homelands, effectively living under Israeli military rule. Palestinians notionally have their own government in a power-sharing arrangement with Hamas, but their freedoms are very limited by Israel. According to one report, around 700,000 Israelis now live in what was previously Palestinian territory in the West Bank. The International Court of Justice declared that Israel's occupation and settlement policies in the Palestinian territories are illegal under international law. Terms including genocide, ethnic cleansing and apartheid are increasingly being used by credible individuals and reputable organisations to describe the situation in Palestine. It is reported that two Israeli human rights organisations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel, have also labelled the country's actions in Gaza as genocide. Former Australian Foreign Minister Bob Carr in 2023 opened a major speech about the Israeli-Palestine situation with the words occupation, illegality and apartheid. He then goes on to clearly articulate the case that those three words best describe Israel's incursion into Palestine lands. At the last count, over 130 of the UN's 193 member states had recognised Palestinian statehood. Last week, France said it would also add its name to the list, which opens the door for the UK to do the same. The UN had itself, by an overwhelming vote, backed a resolution in 2012 granting Palestine the status of non-member observer state. For decades, there has been widespread consensus that the best outcome for Israel and Palestine is a two-state solution, with each state having clear borders and self-governance. The first step to a two-state solution is to recognise the right to exist of both states. It is a position the ALP adopted in its national platform in 2021. A two-state solution has been consistently rejected by Israel since 1947. Gareth Evans, also a former Australian Foreign Affairs Minister, and subsequently through his personal intervention in the Israel-Palestine issue as President of the International Crisis Group, in an address to the Parliamentary Friends of Palestine in Canberra on the 13th of June 2023, methodically exposed Israel's legal and moral breaches against the Palestinians. Gareth Evans, who I believe began on the side of Israel, has now become a critic of Israel regimes and an advocate for the Palestinians. Since the October 7, 2023 cowardly Hamas killings of Israeli civilians and the taking of hostages, the situation in Palestine has become a humanitarian disaster and a living hell for the Palestinian people. Much of Gaza has been reduced to rubble. An estimated 60,000 people have been killed. Most have lost their homes. Food aid has been restricted by Israel, and too many of those who survived the bombings are starving or have been left with life-limiting injuries. The responses by Israel has been, firstly, to attack the credibility of its critics, secondly, to run its own propaganda campaign of disinformation, thirdly, playing the victim and weaponising anti-Semitism, and fourthly, bullying others into silence. Hamas's actions must also be condemned. The October 7th killings, the taking of hostages, the death of hostages, and the failure to release the hostages still held are all matters that need to be responded to, and clearly the world has condemned them, and rightly so. But the facts, particularly those in relation to human rights violations by the Netanyahu government, are indisputable. Aid agencies and aid workers who are on the ground risking their own lives to help others have no reason to lie. killing and starving innocent people, including children and babies, who have had no role whatsoever in the Israel-Palestine conflicts or the October the 7th events, can never be justified. Destroying homes, schools, hospitals and churches where Palestinian people are taking refuge and restricting food, water and medical aid to people left homeless is both a breach of international law and basic human decency. On July 7th, as I do every year, I attended the 30th commemoration of the genocide in Srebrenica, where 8,372 defenceless Bosnian men, women and children were slaughtered by armed forces while the rest of the world looked away. At those services, it is always prayed that what happened at Srebrenica never happens again to no one and nowhere. Sadly, 30 years later, it is happening again in much larger numbers to the Palestinian people, whilst the world does not look away, but looks on with indifference or powerless. Words and UN resolutions are clearly not enough. Almost 2 years after almost 2 years of bombings and killings of people around the world are understandably becoming desensitised to the daily news reports of more bombings and killings. Yet the reported 60,000 people who have been killed, perhaps even a lot more, of whom 70% were women and children, were people who had committed no wrong and whose lives were just as precious to them and their families as all of our lives are to us. Innocent civilians, babies, children, women and the elderly should not pay with their lives for the actions of Hamas. The Netanyahu government is breaching international law and international morality. The banning of foreign journalists from Gaza, other than a selected few operating under strict rules of the Israeli military, is not stopping the truth from getting out. The bombings of homes and buildings, the loss of human lives, the damage to schools, the attacks on medical facilities, destruction of water supplies and sanitation, the blocking of food supplies, the killing of people simply seeking aid and food, the arrest and detention of thousands of Palestinians, the forcible displacement of over 90% of Gaza's Palestinian population, and the overcrowding of refugee camps are not simply a consequence of war, but deliberate actions by the Netanyahu government to drive Palestinians away from their lands. People throughout the world are turning against the Netanyahu government, including Israeli people. Around the world, people are saying enough is enough. The world must respond, and Australia's response also matters. I welcome recent strong statements from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese that the Netanyahu government is breaking international law. I also welcome Australia joining with other nations in signing a strongly worded statement calling for an immediate ceasefire, unconditional release of hostages held by Hamas, for the conflict in Palestine to end, and the lifting of restrictions on the flow of aid. The statement also strongly opposes any steps towards territorial or demographic change in the occupied Palestinian territories. To date, the Netanyahu government has ignored international condemnation of its actions, court rulings, sanctions and UN resolutions. Nevertheless, calls for further sanctions against Israel and the intervention of UN peacekeepers are growing louder while support for Israel is sinking. The situation in Gaza has reached a crisis point. Innocent people are dying from a man-made catastrophe. The world should speak as one, and this Parliament should speak as one, to save lives and render assistance to the Palestinian people, just as we have always done when a natural weather event has caused human tragedy in other parts of the world. The change in tone from the US is also welcome, but it too needs to do more to bring about a ceasefire and lasting peace. In years to come, future generations will look back at the situation in Palestine over the last 2 years with sadness, disbelief and disappointment. It simply cannot continue. We must do better.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the forgotten Australian. These are those who have in the main, through common sense and practising the values of our Judeo-Christian heritage, have made our country great. Values like putting the needs of others before your own, environmental stewardship, personal responsibility, the value of the family unit, respect and honour for those who have gone before us and paved the way with toil and adverse conditions, or fought in wars to protect our sovereignty, and of course, reward for effort, or in other words, hard work. Those forgotten people with their eroding but timeless values at work are constantly sharing their frustrations with me at where our once great country is headed. Many of them won't be badly affected by the crazy policies and ideologies of mental governments like the one we currently have, but they are deeply concerned for their children and their grandchildren. They fear the great foundations that have been laid will be squandered by a government simply focused on fulfilling their own ideologies and fantasies at whatever the cost to the very people they are supposed to be serving, the Australian people. These socialists, some bordering on communist ideals, although some may have the best intended outcomes, fail as they are developed by people who have had little to no life experience outside this place in the real world. Most of the members opposite have the majority of their work experience in either the public sector, union movement or the political bubble. So how could they ever have an understanding where money comes from or how to manage it or what it is like for the average Australian? Let's look at some of these ideals. Quotas. This ridiculous practice is supposed to ensure fairness, but of course in reality it creates more problems than it solves. As a husband and a father to 3 daughters, if any of them didn't get a job because of their gender, I'd be filthy. But I'd be just as filthy if they got a job because of their gender. I simply cannot understand why we just cannot accept that men and women have vocations that the majority of each gender is drawn to. Men tend to be more drawn to vocations that involve maths, physical exertion like construction and trades, whereas women in the main tend to be drawn to careers that involve women and care and other people. Vocations like hairdressers, nursing, social workers and the like will always be more female dominated. Now we need to ensure those who aren't wired this way from the opposite sex have the same opportunity as everyone else. That is only right. The days of posters of half-naked women in lunchrooms needs to be put away. Wolf calls and ogling members of the opposite sex should never be tolerated. A workplace needs to be just that, a place of work with the tools and equipment so all people can do their job in a non-threatening environment. The problem, of course, is the socialist way demands the unachievable outcomes theory. Unachievable equal outcomes theory. Instead of celebrating the fact that in the 21st century, in the vast majority of cases, we have achieved what should always be, equal opportunity, understanding we will never achieve equal outcomes in the real world. Of course, one of the other problems created by this well-meaning but deluded ideology is that many who achieve positions on their own merit have no respect from work colleagues, as many of them say they got the job because they're this gender or this sexuality or Indigenous. Over the years, in the various businesses I've run or owned, I've never concerned myself on any job applicant's gender, sexuality, race or spiritual beliefs. I simply hired or promoted the best person for the job. I would suggest that any person that was stupid enough not to hire or promote the best person for the job is a fool and won't be in business for long at all. In other words, the market takes care of itself. Quotas say women or Indigenous people or any other cohort that aren't good enough to get a position on merit, so we'll create a quota for them. This is demeaning and it's insulting to these people, and it should never be. It should always be based on merit. Many of these forgotten Australians are sick and tired of the government trying to run their life and tell them what they should believe in. Policies such as the ute tax that kicks in next January will see those who make the democratic choice to buy a petrol, diesel or even a hybrid vehicle because they've weighed up all their options and decided that this suits their household's lifestyle the best, they'll be slugged with an extra tax for making that choice. Just another example of the government telling people what is best. If people do research and decide to buy an EV because that best suits their lifestyle, so be it. That's their choice. But don't penalise others who don't. This will affect the second-hand car market as well, as they will also rise in price, affecting the Aussie that's doing it tough at the moment. Our sovereignty is being destroyed with agreements being considered and signed that would have once been considered a fantasy. We've always managed that balance of being part of a global community and maintaining our sovereignty. Organisations such as the UN, WF, WHO may have their opinions, and that's what they should always remain, opinions. Australians must always make decisions that impact Australians. We simply cannot be signing agreements that give authority and power to any agency that is not wholly run by Australians. Deputy Speaker, I often wonder if this government and Prime Minister are afflicted with hero syndrome or Munchausen's by proxy syndrome. That's where an individual or group of people inflict pain or disaster upon others and then come to the rescue expecting thanks and accolades for solving a problem that they in fact created. Take as an example the energy crisis. Through their crazy renewables-only policy, we see prices going through the roof and then see them using taxpayers' money to subsidise the very issue that they created. They expect thanks for one interest rate decrease after causing 12 increases with their irresponsible economic management. Another example is the current housing crisis. Has there always been homeless people? Yes, of course, but never to this extent. I don't need stats to tell me where there's a housing crisis, just a set of working eyeballs. As I drive around my community, I've never seen as many tents and people living in cars in my life. Housing is simple, Deputy Speaker. You can't allow triple the amount of immigrants going from 500,000 every 3 years to 1.5 million in the last 3 years and expect there not to be a problem. Make no mistake, Australia, this housing crisis has come about for no other reason than a reckless, vote-grabbing policy of this government, and your kids are paying the price with little housing available, and what is available simply unaffordable for most average Aussies. Inflation was out of control due to their terrible economic management and wasteful spending, so HECS debts went up 16% in 3 years. So they had to use the taxes of all Australians, including those on a minimum wage like retail and hospitality workers, to give a 20% discount on HECS to fix the very problem they created. Not to mention bad luck for all those who start uni next year or have just paid off a HECS debt, no handout for you. The hypocrisy of this Labor government is also astounding. Thousands of acres of Australian bush and farming land destroyed by large solar farms and wind turbines. Entire mountain ranges literally blown away so wind towers won't be in flight paths, with zero regard to the flora and the fauna that inhabit these once beautiful parts of Australia. These things are now defaced by this ugly renewable infrastructure that, when it reaches its expiry date, will end up falling where it stands or in landfill, polluting the ground and rendering it useless, all in the name of saving the environment. Let's not get started on EVs that run on lithium batteries, one of the most volatile elements on the planet with a propensity to catch fire and are nearly impossible to put out. At the end of an EV's battery life, where will it go? No one is going to put a new battery in a 10-year-old car. It's not economical to do so. So they'll end up in landfill, really environmentally friendly. Not to mention the way lithium is mined, the condition for these miners, mainly in third world countries, is horrific. But no care or attention is paid to them. Again, ideology is put before common sense, and in this case, people's safety. You wait and see, Deputy Speaker. The insurance companies will be on this soon, and you watch premiums rise on EVs and for those homes who have lithium batteries installed, and rightly so, because they're a greater risk. But it won't be the government who bears the cost. It will be the Australian people who trusted their government and bought the spin. This government will continue to destroy aspiration and the incentive to work hard or have a go. Their policies of taxing the unrealised gains on super accounts, their lack of policy to stimulate small business and to drive people to enter either the public service or large corporates that are easily unionised, and their relentless obsession with unreliable, expensive renewables, only energy grid based purely on ideology and not on economics or science, shows the path they want this country to go down. And as long as they are the government, go down, this country will.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak as the voice of thousands of people in my community of Melbourne who are right now in the midst of a housing crisis. Housing is a fundamental human right. It's where we raise our children, build our futures, seek safety, maintain security and uphold our dignity. But right now, for far too many people in Melbourne and across Australia, that foundation is cracking. Whether you're a young couple trying to buy your first home, a single parent facing rising rents, or an older Australian wondering how long you can hold on in this housing market, the crisis is real and it's urgent. And in Melbourne, we're feeling it enormously. We are a city of renters, of students, of workers, of new migrants and young families. Housing is not just an economic issue, it is a social justice issue, a human right issue, a generational issue. In my first months as the member for Melbourne, I've heard from people from every walk of life. I've heard from renters who've been saving for years to buy a home. They are priced out of the area they grew up in. Even for couples with 2 steady incomes, scrapping together a deposit means cutting back, delaying dreams and stretching every dollar. The hurdle isn't just financial, it weighs on hope, on plans to grow a family, on the simple wish to feel secure in your own home. I've heard from pensioners whose rents keep going up, forcing people to choose between heating their homes or buying medicine. And I've heard from housing providers and community organisations that are seeing more families than ever before coming before them for help and asking for the first time, people who have planned, worked hard and built lives in their communities, never thinking they'd be faced with a housing insecurity. Now they're making impossible choices, stretching every dollar and searching for stability in a system that left them behind. These are the stories I can carry with me into this place. I will not stop speaking up until every Australian has access to safe, secure and affordable place to call their own. Labor's housing agenda is to build a better future where everyone can have a home. Speaker, this government recognises the scale of the challenge and we are responding. We are not tinkering around the edges, we are rebuilding the foundation. At the heart of our plan is one simple truth. The best way to fix a housing shortage is to build more housing. That's why Labor has committed to the most ambitious national housing agenda in generations. We are building 1.2 million new, well-located homes by the end of this decade. That's not just a number, it's a lifeline. It means homes need jobs, transport and schools. It means growth done smart, not sprawl done badly. And it means creating the kind of communities where people can live, work and thrive. We're doing this in partnership with the state and territory governments, with local councils, with the construction sector and with the not-for-profit housing providers who know how to get things done. We've established the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, which will deliver 30,000 new social and affordable homes in its first 5 years. This includes creating 4,000 homes for women and children escaping domestic violence, which is the leading cause of homelessness for women, giving them space to heal, rebuild and reclaim safety. We are building homes for older women at risk of homelessness. Can you believe older women are the fastest growing group facing this issue? Support for veterans, for people experiencing homelessness and for low-income workers in essential jobs. These homes won't just sit on a spreadsheet. They'll be in places like Richmond, North Melbourne and Paran. They'll be built to last with stability at their core and dignity in their design. And for first home buyers, the people working hard, saving every dollar and still struggling to get into their own home, we are backing them in. Under the Help to Buy scheme, eligible low and middle income Australians will need a much smaller deposit, with the government stepping in as a partner in their home ownership journey. We are making sure the dream of home ownership is not out of reach for an entire generation. That matters because home ownership is more than a roof over our heads. It's stability, it's security, it's a foundation for families and the future. Along with Labor, I believe in that dream, and together we're working, pushing and fighting to keep it alive for every Australian. But Speaker, we also know that more than 1/3 of Australians rent their homes, and for many, that's not just a stepping stone, it's a long-term reality. That's why we are backing renters' rights. We are funding state and territories to improve rental laws and to end unfair evictions, and to give renters real power in negotiations. We are delivering cost of living relief that directly helps renters, cutting HECS debt, cheaper medicines, energy bill relief, and record investment in Medicare, so people don't fall further behind when life gets tough, because when rent goes up and wages don't keep up, every little bit counts. We are also tackling the things that make housing hard to build, like slow planning approvals, red tape and lack of infrastructure. Through the Housing Support Program, we're funding the roads, the water, the parks and the public transport that make new housing possible. We're unlocking more land for housing and making sure that what gets built actually meets community needs, not just developer profits. We want density done well, not just more homes, but better homes with walkability, access to green space, and strong local character. Ours is a Labor government that shows up. This is what it means to govern with Labor values. We don't leave it to the market, we show up, we invest, we plan for the future, not just the next election. Housing is not a commodity, it's not a luxury, it's a human right. And this is not just a policy challenge, it's a moral one. Because if we can't make sure people have a roof over their head, what kind of country are we? Labor is the party that built the Housing Commission homes of the post-war era, that supported the first home buyers of the 1980s, and now we are building a housing system that works again for renters, for buyers, for people doing it tough, and for the next generation. Speaker, I believe in a Melbourne and in an Australia where no one is priced out of their community, where our kids don't have to move 2 hours away to afford a home, where our nurses, our teachers, our aged care workers, all the people who got us through the hard times can live near the people they care for. That is the future I am fighting for. I am proud to be part of a government that is taking action, not just with words, but with bricks and mortar, with dollars and determination. Let's build the homes, let's fix the system, let's restore the dream, because housing is not just about shelter, it's about dignity, it's about fairness, and it's about building our future together. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Jellybrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, for better or for worse, the world is more interconnected today than ever before. At a time when the world is experiencing a series of parallel humanitarian crises of wrenching scale, Australians are directly exposed to more stories and images of human suffering via their phones and TV screens than perhaps ever before. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs Global Humanitarian Overview 2025 has made it clear that we are witnessing, quote, entrenched and increasing violent conflicts and violations of international humanitarian law are devastating the lives of civilians, while the global climate crisis is wreaking havoc for millions of people. OCHA has said bluntly that international funding does not meet the scale of humanitarian need today, and that humanitarians around the world are being forced to make, quote, harrowing decisions about who they target for assistance. Decisions about who to prioritise amongst the 300 million people in need of humanitarian assistance in crises in Sudan, Congo, Tigray, Yemen, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Myanmar, Bangladesh and Gaza, to name just a few of the most acute situations. I want to thank Australians who have contacted me about the extraordinary human suffering that we are currently witnessing in Gaza. Over the last 2 years, I've repeatedly spoken out about this conflict and its humanitarian consequences in this chamber. And while Australia is not a central player to events in the Middle East, we have used our voice to call for the protection of civilian life and compliance with international humanitarian law, and provided significant additional humanitarian funding to support the innocent people caught up in this conflict. We've consistently called for Israel to comply with the International Court of Justice's interim orders and allow unimpeded, consistent humanitarian access at scale since March 2024, since the judgment was handed down. In recent weeks, the world has seen harrowing footage of unimaginable human suffering in Gaza. Children starving, desperate parents, crowds of people risking their lives to access what little food is available. There can be no justification for this man-made humanitarian crisis. Israel has a legal and moral obligation to ensure that innocent civilians in Gaza have access to food, water and medical assistance. This is not the UN's fault, it's not Hamas's fault. It is Israel's responsibility at international law, and they must discharge it. The Netanyahu government's model of drip-feeding aid is dangerous, fuels instability and deprives Gazans of human dignity. It's wrong and it's had predictably disastrous consequences. Indeed, consequences that the world had repeatedly warned the Netanyahu government would result from this approach. We should be clear that starvation and malnutrition cause stunting in children that will have generational impacts on regional stability and development. Australia, along with 29 partner countries, has called on the Israeli government to lift restrictions on the flow of aid so that the UN and humanitarian NGOs can do their life-saving work safely and effectively. An immediate permanent ceasefire is the best hope of both protecting innocent civilian life and bringing hostages home and easing the agony of their loved ones. Australia condemns the terror of Hamas and we continue to call for the immediate release of remaining hostages. Since October 7, 2023, Australia has committed humanitarian assistance to support civilians impacted by conflicts in the Middle East, totalling $154.5 million, with $110 million directly directed to assist civilians in Gaza and Lebanon who have been affected by the conflict. We've worked with partner organisations and countries to assist people in Gaza to deliver aid effectively. Humanitarian aid is essential for ensuring civilians can access essential supplies when caught in protracted conflict zones. And to be effective, this aid must flow at scale, and humanitarian workers must be able to deliver it safely and without hindrance. For nearly 2 years, Australia has joined international efforts to support humanitarian aid delivery and in effort to facilitate a ceasefire, because innocent lives must be safeguarded and every effort must be made to end the starvation and suffering in Gaza. And the future peace and security of Israelis and Palestinians and the entire region demands it. Unfortunately, while the world's attention is focused on the appalling humanitarian crisis in Gaza, it is far from the only acute humanitarian crisis unfolding today. In our own region, next month will mark the 8th anniversary of the Myanmar military's attack against the Rohingya and their exodus to Bangladesh. In May, more than 400 Rohingya refugees were lost at sea in just 2 days when 2 boats carrying them from this conflict in Myanmar and the world's largest refugee settlement in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, sank in the Bay of Bengal. But despite these desperate migrations away from the protracted 8-year humanitarian crises in Myanmar and Bangladesh, scarcer attention has been paid to the growing problem on our nightly TV news or social media feeds. It's despite worsening conditions for the people in Myanmar and more than 1 million Rohingya refugees living in refugee camps now for nearly a decade. Its absence from our screens has obscured not only the largest and growing humanitarian crisis in our region, but these growing and unrelenting crises have broader implications for regional peace and security, a fact Australia and our Indian Ocean neighbours cannot afford to forget. In 2017, I travelled to the Rakhine province in northwest Myanmar to visit internally displaced persons camps where many Rohingya families were already sheltering from sectarian violence. In the capital, Sitwe, I met a 10-year-old Rohingya girl whose first access to formal education was in an Australian-funded school in the IDP camp supported by Save the Children. Having practiced for the occasion, she proudly told me in English that, quote, "School life is my best life." It was hard to look her in the eyes without being brought to tears. Within a year, that girl and 1 million Rohingya like her were forced to flee dramatically escalated violence targeting the Rohingya in Rakhine across the border into Bangladesh. Today, more than half of the 1.1 million Rohingya in Cox's Bazar are children. Disruptions in food rations and limited healthcare can push children into a spiralling cycle of disease and malnutrition, according to the Intersector Coordination Group's 2025 assessment of the Rohingya refugee response in Bangladesh. These children face a constant threat of kidnapping and human trafficking on their journey to school. Many families don't take the risk. A generation of hungry and scared children are growing up into frustrated adults, cut off from economic opportunity. Fear and desperation today will lead to resentment and volatility tomorrow. It's a recipe for regional instability. Despite its scale, the UNHCR has rightly said that the plight of the Rohingya in Bangladesh, quote, remains largely out of the international spotlight. It has, however, remained a focus for the Australian government. The joint Myanmar-Rohingya crisis is our largest single humanitarian funding commitment, with our total support exceeding $1.26 billion since the crisis began, including a 3-year program of up to $370 million starting next year. We're supporting the delivery of education, food, hygiene and healthcare, not only because it is the right thing to do, but also because it is a vital contribution to the resilience of both the Northeast Indian Ocean region and Southeast Asia. With no end to the conflict in sight and a growing refugee population still stuck in limbo, Australia is playing its part to help build a peaceful and stable future for our region. We are working with local, regional and international partners to deliver practical support to the people of Myanmar, displaced Rohingya in Bangladesh and the communities who host them. I've heard firsthand on visits across the region how much this contribution is valued by our regional partners who are confronting the potential of large-scale irregular migration as desperate conditions encourage dangerous boat journeys. And Australia continues to work closely with countries in the region to combat people smuggling and prevent deaths at sea, including as a co-chair of the Bali process on people smuggling, human trafficking and related transnational crime alongside Indonesia. Despite this, conditions for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh are deteriorating. Less than 40% of this year's UN Bangladesh annual appeal for Rohingya humanitarian response has been met. The United States previously provided 50% of the response's total funding, and cuts to its aid program will be acutely felt in the Indian Ocean region. As the need has increased for humanitarian support to respond to crises in Europe, in Africa and in the Middle East, the funding shortfall from the international community for the Rohingya crisis has grown. UNICEF was forced to close thousands of aid-run education centres in June due to funding shortages, and sustained food support at current levels is in question beyond September. During Ramadan this year, the day before the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres visited Cox's Bazar to spotlight the crisis and to beg the world to, quote, show the Rohingya that the world has not forgotten them. Since then, the Albanese government has announced a further $10 million in assistance for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh and displaced people on the Thai-Myanmar border, on top of an additional $9 million of support through the Australian Humanitarian Partnership to support communities and conflict-affected populations in Myanmar. Clearly, though, more needs to be done. Whilst this complex and intractable humanitarian crisis in our own backyard doesn't attract the same level of international news and social media attention as crises on the other side of the world, Australia cannot forget the plight of the Rohingya. We share a region, we share a future. It's in all of our interests that it's a resilient one.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thousands of people who call Townsville home are about to have their lives thrown into turmoil with the impending closure of the Glencore copper refinery. Yes, the economy in Townsville will be hurt, but more importantly, most importantly, the thousands of people that will lose their jobs will have their lives turned upside down, find it hard to support their families, put food on the table, pay rent, pay mortgages, insurances, school bills, pay for healthcare. But this is entirely preventable. For the last several months, the people of North Queensland have been pleading, begging, lobbying the Prime Minister to invest, help, to support the Glencore copper refinery. This has fallen on deaf ears. Thousands of people's jobs are now in the brink of disappearing. Now imagine if Townsville was treated like the Tasmanian smelter. We would have the support. But the difference between North Queensland and Tasmania is when the federal government decided to support the smelter down south, they were in the midst of an election. Prime Minister happy to buy votes for his Labor mates in Tasmania, but not happy to support the people of North Queensland. There's no election there. And even last night, the Coalition put forward a proposal to set up a committee to look at the health and the future of our refineries. This was voted down and not supported by the Labor Party and by the Labor senators. So a future made in Australia, but just not today. The people of Glencore, the people that need the certainty of their future today, are watching Parliament, watching the Prime Minister and see no support there. This is not good enough. You have a Prime Minister who's happy to pick up a fight with anyone that asks him a question, but isn't ready to pick up responsibility when it comes to supporting our refineries in North Queensland. We know there needs to be a committee set up in an investigation to make sure that the long-term future is sustainable for these refineries. But the immediate help needs to happen now. And I'm urging on the Prime Minister to not forget about the North, not forget about our refineries, not forget about a future made in Australia like the bumper sticker says, and support those that mine our minerals, that keep this country moving. I'm very fortunate to live in the best electorate in the country, the electorate of Herbert, which takes in nearly all of the city of Townsville. We're a large garrison city, we're a university hospital, we have a large port, but one of the things we struggle with is insurance. Now, Townsville's the largest city, the furthest away from a capital city. So we come with unique challenges. And one of those challenges is the ever-increasing price of insurance. Some people, it's doubled, others quadrupled. Some people are being given a quote of an extra $30,000 a year to get insurance. This Parliament passed a reinsurance pool. The reinsurance pool was to underwrite the insurers to pass on the savings for those that live in rural, remote and regional towns that are most affected when it comes to the skyrocketing prices of insurance. We haven't seen these savings be passed on to the consumer. So I wrote to the Reinsurance Pool Corporation, the ARPC, and I asked them to come to Townsville because, like most of these big bodies, they don't live in the regions where they're supposed to represent. They live in the capitals. And I want to get them out of Canberra, out of Sydney, and into the regional areas so they can hear firsthand from the people that are doing it tough. Whilst the ACCC monitoring the savings that should be passed over, we need the reinsurance pool to hold the insurers' feet to the fire, make sure they're passing on their savings, because people can't afford to get insurance. And you shouldn't have to choose between food on the table or insuring your house. You shouldn't have to worry about the extra burden of insurance to your business or have to shut it down because you can't afford it. Townsville's a beautiful place to work, to live, to raise a family, but we come with these challenges that need to be addressed. And it's incumbent of the Parliament to provide the support for those in regional areas when it comes to these skyrocketing prices of insurance. Another fantastic part of living in Townsville is we get to host many people that travel for military games, military exercises, big events that will see nations converse on our city. Talisman Sabre has just wrapped up, 19 countries, 39,000 troops come to Townsville and in the northern parts to practice what it would look like with a large-scale combat event. So Townsville being the headquarters, we would see soldiers from around the world working collaboratively and working with each other and learning and growing and making sure that we have the best level of training and equipment that we need to be able to fight in and win wars. It was great to see so many of these soldiers, sailors and aviators in Townsville spending up big, helping our economy, but also training and supporting our Defence Force there. To have a strong, prosperous nation, you need to have a strong, resilient and reliant Defence Force. And that's one thing that I think everyone in this Parliament can commit to. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
bit of procedural thing where one of us has to be there till 7:30, and that was Lauren last night, it's me tonight, and then they've got Kate Porter's chamber, so. Yeah. But yeah, the more shifts you can get, the better.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Could you put it on your glass? Now I live in a town. Now I live in a town with plane trees, which are not native and worse. We see columns. Yeah. Sure. Or are we just? If I'm texting on okay, no worries. There's a bar. Yeah. Do you know that there is wattle somewhere in this country flowering at 365 days a year? That's exactly right. And she will tell you that there's no allergies. That's not one.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For some nearly 2 years now, my community in Warringah has been deeply distressed, caused by the events occurring in Israel and Palestine. I've heard about the ongoing frustration and feeling of powerlessness in the face of the inability of the international community to achieve a lasting ceasefire, a release of all hostages, and the delivery of humanitarian aid to innocent civilians. We have heard from the government, and we've heard many calls for the government to not bring the conflict onto Australian soil, tearing at our social cohesion and bringing about horrendous rises in anti-Semitism in our communities. But unfortunately, the conflict has arrived in Australia through our phones, our screens, the news, and the devastating loss of civilian lives and apparent targeting of hospitals and humanitarian aid. It must be possible to stand up for both international human rights and fight anti-Semitism in Australia. The government's recent statement calling out the breaches of international law have been welcomed, but words need to translate into action. Australia must consider the implications of continuing major trading relations with a country whose actions appear in direct breach of international law and continue to block essential aid to innocent civilians. I've previously written to Minister Wong addressing questions that have been asked by constituents, including whether the government will consider taking further measures, including targeted trade or other sanctions against the nation Israel. Economic isolation was effective in helping bring around the end to apartheid in South Africa, in other nations and other conflicts, and should be on the table. There is a live question that, due to its continued actions against the Palestinian people, is Israel a nation with whom we should be having extensive trading relations? However, I want to make really clear that the actions of Israel must not be conflated and attributed to Jewish Australians. I stand with the Australian Jewish community and will continue to advocate for their safety and well-being, ensuring that all Australians feel that they are valued as a part of our multicultural and social fabric. Like all forms of racism in our community, there is no place for anti-Semitism or any form of hate in Australia. The anti-Semitism plan proposed by the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism, Jill Segar, has unfortunately raised concerns within the community, especially the definition of anti-Semitism, and concerns relating to freedom of speech and criticism of the actions of another nation. I support that we have a unified approach to combating racism, one that builds social cohesion, not divisions, and combats the underlying drivers of community tensions, including global conflicts and Australia's response to it. So I do call on the government to implement a unified approach that unifies all Australians, to implement the Race Discrimination Commission National Anti-Racism Framework, and to lead with boldness and courage.
I call the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 22,529. That's how many people in my electorate of Perth have an outstanding higher education loan program debt. Those 22,529 people in my electorate are looking closely on what happens in this building this week, because if we make the right decisions, as the House did earlier today, their debt will be cut by 20%. That means less debt and more money in their pockets so they can earn more and keep more of what they earn. And it's part of our comprehensive plan to invest more in the education that Australians so deeply value. If you look at the 19,834 early childhood educators across Western Australia, they are able to benefit from our government's 15% increase for early childhood educators' wages, making sure, again, that they, if they have a student debt, can help pay that down, but also they can earn a little bit more. And what we know, across WA, some 92,830 families are currently accessing education and will be better off as a result of our government's investment in the 3-day guarantee and the legislation we're putting through Parliament this week to make sure that our early childhood education services can be as safe as they can possibly be. And then, when it comes to investing in the skills we need for the future, we have 95,365 Western Australians accessing life-changing qualifications through our free TAFE program we're implementing in partnership with the Cook government. But that's not all we're doing in partnership. We also had the Prime Minister in my electorate last year at Mount Lawley High School signing an agreement for the Better Schools deal, an extra $800 million into Western Australia. And that $800 million is tied to serious reforms, increasing small group tutoring, Year 1 phonics and early numeracy checks, more individualised support for students, greater mental health resources in our primary and secondary schools, and improved measures to retain and attract teachers into the profession. I'm proudly the son of 2 primary school teachers. I know that we get such good value when we invest in our education, and later this year we'll be there cutting the ribbon on the Edith Cowan University campus in the heart of my electorate at Yagan Square in Perth. That will mean that thousands of Western Australians will have access to one of the best university campuses that has ever been built anywhere in this country, Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud of what we're doing to invest in education in my electorate of Perth, across Western Australia and across Australia.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 12 new coal power plants for 50 years. That was, in essence, Labor's first act of this term. Within 25 days of being re-elected, Labor approved multinational corporation Woodside's gigantic North West Shelf gas project to continue operating until 2070. That's the equivalent of 12 new coal power plants running for 50 years, the biggest new fossil fuel project in the Southern Hemisphere. They approved it faster than Peter Dutton committed to. Let that sink in. In a single act, the Labor government has completely invalidated every other climate policy they have and killed the prospect of Australia reaching net zero by 2050. Once again, I find myself utterly gobsmacked. This government's brazen support for the interests of gas corporations over our common interest. 2024 was the hottest year on record. Prices of coffee, olive oil, chocolates, fresh fruit and veggies are going up because of heat waves, floods and droughts. Dolphins are washing up dead on the shores of South Australia because of a prolonged marine heat wave causing a devastating algal bloom. And yet here we are in the midst of a drastic climate crisis, and instead of ending new fossil fuel projects, the Labor government has shown they care more about supporting big corporations than they do about life on this planet and future generations. If you ask any ordinary person in the street whether they think we should give $215 billion of our resources away for free for a massive gas corporation, give it to them, I can guarantee you that the answer would be a resounding no. But that's what just happened. The Labor government has just approved the extension of Woodside's enormous North West Shelf, and because of how pathetic our tax and royalty arrangements are for gas in this country, it represents the largest ever giveaway of Australia's natural resources. Now, how does this happen? Well, in reality, it's hard to know where the political class, Labor and Liberal in this country, ends and the coal and gas industry begins. Ben Wyatt, who was a former Labor Treasurer for WA, now on the board of directors for Woodside. current Labor Senator for Queensland Anthony Chisholm, ex-political strategist for Santos, former WA Premier Mark McGowan, now working for BHP, Minerals Resources and Frontier Energy. Former Federal Resources Minister Martin Ferguson became head of the chief Australian lobby group for gas corporation APEA. When it comes to the mining industry, the same people who make the laws are the same people who profit from them. They meet on one side of the table one year and the other side of the table the next. This has to stop.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to update the House on the progress of the swift parrot, only one of 2 migratory parrot species in the world, and Australia is home to both. Last August, I addressed the Parliament about the critically endangered species that had visited Central Victoria in my electorate last winter, in search of the flowering native, the eucalyptus, the box ironbark. I joined BirdLife Castlemaine in Muckleford in my electorate. And what I can tell you is that we had about 40 visitors at that stage, which was considered extraordinary given how critically endangered this particular parrot is. It was a special opportunity to witness the bird in person. I do want to acknowledge the work of the private landholders have in Muckleford in ensuring that they are maintaining and sustaining the trees in which these birds are visiting. The bird itself, small, cheeky and quick, hence the name Swift, and I can recall the distinct call of the parrot. This year, I'm pleased to report to the House this winter that the visitors' numbers have grown. It's estimated that about 700 of the birds, possibly the entire population, is visiting Bendigo and surrounding this winter. This is unusual behaviour and ecologists are still trying to determine why they have chosen Bendigo to congregate in such large numbers this winter. Whilst the numbers are growing, what we're hoping to do is work with our local landholders to ensure that the habitat is sustained and thriving going forward. A lot of the swift parrots in Central Victoria feed on private land and roadsides, which is why we need to continue to work with local landholders, landcare groups and local government to protect vital swift parrot habitat. I'd like to acknowledge the work of BirdLife and our local landcare groups and the proactive way in which they engage local landholders on ensuring that we keep this habitat. It's a good example of how we can coexist. Bendigo is hugged by our ironbark forest, Castlemaine as well. It is one of our key features and what brings many human visitors to our region each and every year. I look forward to continuing to engage with our local landcare groups to discuss how our government can better support the swift parrots and other endangered species, whether they travel from Tasmania to us or whether they call us home.
I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Speaker, I should say. Today I wanted to acknowledge the recognition awarded to the Paradise Point Bowls Club, recipients of the Gold Coast City Council's Disaster Recovery Hero Award. Presented today at full council by Mayor Tom Tate, this honour reflects the club's remarkable contribution to our community during Tropical Cyclone Alfred. I particularly congratulate General Manager Kat Vidal, Chairman Alex McRae, Deputy Chair Laurie Whelan and the Executive for their contribution and leadership. In a time of crisis, this club became a hub of support and resilience. This exemplifies the Gold Coast spirit and we thank them for their contribution. Deputy Speaker, on the 24th of June, I had the honour of opening a new Westpac branch in Coomera, an important investment in one of the fastest growing parts of our country. At a time when other banks are withdrawing from local communities, Westpac has done the opposite. I commend them for supporting in-person banking and local jobs. I especially want to acknowledge Westpac CEO Anthony Miller for attending and showing real leadership. This branch will serve small businesses, seniors and working families, and I thank them for backing our region's future. Deputy Speaker, On 7th of July, I had the privilege of attending the Arundel Park Riding for the Disabled Appreciation Evening. This incredible organisation delivers equine therapy to people living with disability and has done so for decades. I especially wanted to acknowledge President Katie Lister-Orpwood and Tammy and her son Cruz, who shared a moving story of over 10 years' experience with the centre. What they told us spoke volumes about the power of inclusion, patience and community. I wanted to thank all of the volunteers and staff whose service changes lives for the better every single day. Deputy Speaker, on the 4th of July, I attended the official opening of the new Pimpamar Post Office, delivering much-needed services to one of the fastest-growing suburbs in Australia. This facility was made possible through the vision and investment of Norm Ricks and the Ricks family, who developed the Pimpamar City Shopping Centre. And I wanted to acknowledge the strong local advocacy, particularly by State Member for Coomera, Michael Crandon, who continues to champion infrastructure for our growing community. Australia Post has faced challenges in a technical, emerging environment, but they have responded to local demand with a modern, accessible service hub, and I commend them for it.
I call the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I start my speech by saying a big thank you to the good people of Franklin for supporting me in the recent federal election, and whether they voted for me or not, I want to say that I'll continue to stand up for them, I'll continue to fight for them, and I'll continue to make sure that my electorate of Franklin gets our fair share of funding from the federal government. I was incredibly humbled by the result in Franklin, for the communities for their continued support. I will never ever take it for granted. The people in my electorate of Franklin and indeed around Tasmania voted overwhelmingly Labor. 4 out of 5 seats in Tasmania are held by strong Labor women. It was a resounding vote for the Labor agenda, for more urgent care clinics, which will take Tasmania's total up to 8, for cheaper medicines, for more free GP visits, for more mental health clinics and for more support for women's health. As we went around Tasmania and across my electorate, we were told every time how successful the urgent care clinics were and how Labor's policies around cheaper medicines were supporting Tasmanians. People in this place would know that many Tasmanians have been doing it tough. And I came across an older man who was fit and in his 70s, who said to me, he usually votes Liberal, but he's voting Labor this time because on a weekend he got unwell and he used an urgent care clinic. And he said that urgent care clinic made a huge difference to him, and he understands how important that health care is. So the urgent care clinics were a tangible thing on the ground that people put their faith in Labor around, and they knew that Labor would continue to deliver for them. And of course it was in Launceston in Tassie where the Prime Minister and Minister Butler made the announcement in relation to the $8.5 billion investment in Medicare. This really matters in Tasmania. Tasmanians have not genuinely been bulk billed for healthcare. It is very hard in Tasmania to go to a doctor and be bulk billed, and it's been very hard for the last 40 years. This will make a tangible difference in many communities in my electorate and in Tasmania. This investment will really matter. I've come across councils who run health clinics who tell me that they are now going to bulk bill people in these health clinics because of Labor's policies from 1 November. Now that is extraordinary healthcare in regional communities in my electorate and around Tasmania. I also want to put on record my thanks to the people that helped my campaign in Tasmania, whether they be the branch volunteers, whether they be union members, whether they be my fabulous and wonderful staff, who I'm sure are watching this, to say a huge big thank you to everybody for all of the effort on the ground. To my colleagues, it's wonderful to have the great new member for Lyons, the new member for Bass and the new member for Braddon joining me in this place. It's an extraordinary team that we have now from Tasmania, and I'm incredibly proud of the result in Tasmania.
I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to raise concerns on behalf of my constituents who have been impacted by the NDIS 2024-25 annual pricing review. And Deputy Speaker, freezing the price paid for allied health providers and cutting the travel allowance for those services is amounting to a real cut in income for these providers. Now, These are caring people. They are providing a critical service in our community, but they have to be able to make a dollar as well, Deputy Speaker. And cutting their capacity to service some of our most vulnerable people is a huge mistake by the Albanese government. Now, we're talking about speech pathologists, we're talking about physiotherapists, occupational therapists, psychologists, podiatrists, dietitians. They've all contacted me in my office in Gippsland to raise their concerns that they'll no longer be able to deliver those services to the most vulnerable people in my region. I'll quote just from one letter, Deputy Speaker. I have no clinic space for my clients to come and meet me at, and I'm one of a very limited number of speech pathologists providing services to adult NDIS participants in Gippsland. These changes will be detrimental to my ability to support participants. It will literally cut my catchment area in half. These are people who are already struggling to access the care they need without these changes being put in places. Now, Deputy Speaker, and another provider said to me, quote, "We are already seeing the impact of these changes. Services have already begun withdrawing or reducing their travel zones. Families in smaller towns are suddenly being left without therapy options. Providers are reassessing caseloads, cancelling outreach visits and pausing intake. The effect has been immediate and the ripple is only beginning. These decisions make it increasingly difficult to retain staff, provide supervision and absorb the growing administrative burden that comes with compliance." Now, Deputy Speaker, for people in communities like yours and mine, a member for Cowper, a member for Hinkler, these are people with disabilities who used to have the benefit of allied health providers travelling to them to provide essential services. And these services are now being cut, Deputy Speaker. This policy reflects a very Canberra-focused, city-centric mindset, thinking that people can all travel to an allied health provider just around the corner. That is not the case in our regional communities. Cutting the travel allowance in half disproportionately impacts regional providers who must travel those long distances to reach their clients in those remote and isolated areas. Now, a lot of their clients, Deputy Speaker, actually have mobility issues themselves. So it's not like they can just get in the car and travel to the health provider. That is why these allied health providers are travelling throughout our regional communities, providing their services and providing those outreach efforts right across our regional areas. So it does make people with disability and their carers to face very difficult decisions, such as relocating away from their home and the supports they have and the people they love, and it further isolates people with a disability from their family, friends and their community. Now, I've written to the Minister on 7 occasions, and to be fair, this Minister doesn't actually respond to us. It's actually Chief of Staff who responds. I just ask him to reconsider how this will impact our regional communities and the long-term viability of allied health providers in our communities.
I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on a very important election commitment, and it is very important because it came up quite a bit on the campaign in the seat of Barton, and I'm delighted to welcome the Albanese Labor government's legislation to cut student debt for more than 3 million Australians by 20%. This is major reform, this is practical, and it is very targeted. In Barton, this will directly benefit over 22,400 individuals. These are students, early career professionals, parents returning to study, workers upskilling in a changing economy. This reform eases that pressure. It gives people in Barton a little bit more breathing room to save for a home, raise a family, and also invest in their future. It's a policy that reflects what our government stands for, that is fairness, opportunity, and relieving cost of living pressures while investing in our most valuable resource, and that's our people. Education should open doors, not chain people to debts, and I'm proud to be part of a government that understands that. Deputy Speaker, I also want to reflect on a very special moment in my community in the recent NAIDOC Week celebration hosted by Three Bridges and back in my old stomping ground at Hurstville Public School. This event was deeply moving. It brought together a lot of elders, children, families and some key community groups to celebrate the rich culture, strength and resilience of First Nations people. This year is a powerful milestone. 50 years of honouring and elevating Indigenous voices, culture and resilience with the theme, the next generation's strength, vision and legacy, which I felt very much through the event throughout that day. So to see so many children participating on the very grounds where I grew up and also attended school there was a powerful reminder of how far we've come and how far we must still go in the journey of truth, treaty, and justice. So I want to congratulate Three Bridges and Hurstville Public School and my old council, Georges River Council, and all the sponsors for their leadership, for creating a space for culture and connection, and for reminding all of us that reconciliation starts in our classrooms, in our communities, and in the way we listen and we walk together. Thank you.
I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, going into the last election, I made election funding promises to my community that I am determined to see come to fruition, despite being unsuccessful in taking government. And I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight two important youth programs that in every way deserve to have that funding delivered and should have unquestionably receive bipartisan support to continue. They are Shore Track in Maxwell and the RISE program in Coffs Harbour. With the issues that we are seeing among our youth right now across the country, it's important to recognise and safeguard the organisations that are actively building a sense of support and belonging. Shore Track's aim is to ensure that our young people start believing in themselves, often after a background of trauma. Without positive intervention, these young people would stay disconnected and vulnerable to isolation and negative behaviours. So over the past 6 years, I've been lucky enough to witness this amazing venture go from strength to strength. The training courses they provide not only equip our young people with important skills for future employment, they provide a support system that enhances self-worth and confidence in student-aged children that have fallen through the cracks in our traditional education systems. And their success rate says it all. 93% of students who complete Shore Track's training end up gainfully employed, Deputy Speaker, which is absolutely incredible. They are deserving of the $600,000 they need to guarantee that their program continues. And then there's the RISE program, Deputy Speaker. RISE provides a structured curriculum that trains youth in technical football and team building skills and teaches positive values including trust, respect, discipline and patience. This well-loved program almost entirely runs on donations and by volunteers, with training sessions operating 5 days a week and catering for 40 kids each day. They're picked up in the buses, taken to training and provided with breakfast all before school. The program has increased school attendance significantly, especially within the refugee community in the Coffs Harbour area, and prepares kids to have a positive mindset and be ready to learn and engage. While they use football as a unifier, they are more than just a sports program. RISE is a youth social cohesion and wellbeing program that creates a sense of community and belonging. I implore the new government teams, please, when you see these applications come across your desk for funding, give them the consideration that they truly deserve, because my community needs them.
I call the member for Morton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I recently had the pleasure and the honour of being able to attend the changeover dinner for the Australian Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce in Queensland. The Chamber is an organisation that not only makes a significant contribution to our community, it also makes a significant contribution to our economy on Brisbane's south side. It promotes Taiwanese entrepreneurs, develops business opportunities and promotes social and cultural exchange. I take this opportunity to really celebrate the work of the outgoing President, Anita Huang, who held over 70 events just last year, but also to congratulate the incoming President, Richard Huang, who is the 20th President of the Chamber, a local business person, and will make a fine contribution to our community going forward. Deputy Speaker, I found myself this weekend pouring syrup, yellow, blue, red, over shaved ice. I was at the school in my local suburb, Corinda State School, who were holding the Festival of Nations. This is an event that they hold every second year, and it is more than a fete, it is more than a fair, it is a celebration of so many different communities that exist across our local community, the most multicultural
in all of Queensland. They celebrated the more than 50 nationalities in the school community, and whether it was fairy floss or cakes or face painting, we indulged in it all, and I really want to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the Principal, Carmel Herbert, and PNC President Greg Peaver, as well as all of the fantastic volunteers who put on clear community events like this, which bring our community together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Deputy Speaker, like many people in this House, I know that people are starting to organise the awards for their local schools in the lead up to awards evenings at the end of the year. Well, we have undertaken a process not to click a button and order our trophies online this year. This year, we have chosen to go to one of the over 1,400 men's sheds in Australia. There are more men's sheds than Maccas. And this year, our men's shed, our local one in Sunnybank, has been kind enough to accept our order to make the trophies that will go to school kids who we celebrate at the end of the year. I really want to take this opportunity to thank the 135 members who go day in, day out, Monday to Friday, and their president, Jeff Curtis. They contribute so much to this community: a Santa sleigh, mud kitchens for kids in Acacia Ridge, and wooden toys for disadvantaged children. Thank you to the men's shed of Sunnybank.
I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I rise today to speak in praise of working together, something that in the Darling Downs we're very lucky to be able to do across all three levels of government. I've started off this term by thanking volunteers and supporters. I want to acknowledge how much work goes in between all levels of government, particularly around the Toowoomba region, in making sure that not only do we get our fair share, but the funding that comes through really works for the residents of our region. I'll take the briefest moment to say thank you to my colleague, member for Wright, who takes up the eastern flank of my electorate, David, the leader of the Nationals, who takes up the boundary to the west. He won't be making a cameo in this speech. But, Speaker, we've had the luck in the Darling Downs of having the Queensland LNP take charge of the state. And the last time we had that, we saw a fantastic investment in the Toowoomba region, the second range crossing. And it's great to see investments start to come in already for our region, thanks to that change of government. David Janeski, Queensland Treasurer, a local boy, grew up on a dairy farm in John Dairy, and his first job was milking cows. He's now Treasurer of the state. He's made his way there via London and working at Heritage Bank. I think any assessment of the budget that he's just handed down would be very commendable given the circumstances that he took over from that role. I think he's going to do a great job for us in our region. I thank him for his help. Trevor Watts, the member for Toowoomba North. Trevor Watts is now the Assistant Minister to the Premier. I want to thank Trevor for his constant engagement during my time in this role. Something that has missed the media's attention, but if you've heard about post and boast laws, these are laws that are enacted around 4 states now in Australia. They came from Toowoomba and they came from Trevor Watts. A resident brought it to him and he raised the issue with me. We got it into the media and within about a month it spread like wildfire. So I thank you, Trevor, for standing up for community and putting in front of me things that come to you. Last one in my region is a member for Condamine, Pat Weir, who is the Speaker of the Queensland Parliament. Calm, considered, principled, exactly what you'd expect from a farmer who's walked into this role. Speaker, what I'm most happy about is already we've seen a commitment from the Queensland Government to invest in the Equestrian Centre in Toowoomba, bringing the Olympic Games out into our region. Something that's very important because we talk about the Brisbane Olympics. It started off as the Southeast Queensland Olympics, first promoted by the then Mayor of Toowoomba, Paul Antonio. Thank you.
I call the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak about Brian Anthony Curran, a good man from the Parramatta area who passed away a few months ago. Brian was not only a distinguished professional in finance and insurance, but also a man who dedicated his life to the service of others. Brian had a personal impact on me many years ago, and I know I'm not alone. Over the decades, he helped hundreds, if not thousands, of young people find hope, purpose, and direction. Born on the 31st of August 1934 to Russell and Susan, Brian was the middle child of three, growing up in Bexley and attending the Marist College, Cogra. He excelled at school and forged friendships that lasted a lifetime, a reflection of his gift for genuine human connection. At 18, Brian met Barbara through the Catholic Youth Organisation. They were engaged by his 21st birthday and married in January 1957. Together they raised two daughters, Mandy and Lisa, and built a family home in Sydney after a brief period living in Canberra. Brian followed his father into the finance and insurance industry, enjoying a successful career that included international roles and leadership positions. But Brian's real legacy lies in his lifelong service to the community. He began with national service in the Army, then joined APEX in 1957, and later the Carlingford Dundas Lions Club in 1974. He was a driving force behind local projects, building parks, backing the Manning Foundation, and expanding the reach of community service clubs. Brian was a person who made things happen. It was through the Lions Club that I first met Brian. When I was 17, he sponsored me through the Lions Youth of the Year program. He was a generous and dedicated mentor, giving his time freely to help me and countless others. He helped us build confidence, develop our public speaking skills, and believe in our potential. Brian went on to lead the Youth of the Year program for many years, and through that role he supported thousands of young Australians. He was a kind mentor who believed in you before you believed in yourself. And I'll never forget the quiet encouragement and wisdom he offered at such a formative time in my life. His commitment to service went beyond mentorship. After volunteering at Mission Australia's Crisis Centre, Brian was so deeply moved by the hardship he witnessed that he left the insurance industry to work with Mission Australia full-time. And in 1988, he became manager of the Youth Crisis Centre in King's Cross. He helped young people facing homelessness, abuse and addiction, not with judgment, but with humanity. Our community is a better, stronger and more compassionate place because of Brian Curran. May he rest in peace.
I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge and celebrate the extraordinary achievements of women in my electorate of Lindsay. Women who are not only leaders in their fields, but are also representing Western Sydney on the national and international stage. Gina Field, a proud local businesswoman and the driving force behind Nepean Regional Security, recently had her business named Company of the Year at the Women Changing the World Awards in London. This is no small feat. This is an international competition involving more than 55 countries. Gina's dedication to excellence in a male-dominated industry, her commitment to the safety of our community and her passion for mentoring others has made her a role model not just for women in business in our community, but right across the country. BB Liv Brennan is a remarkable 15-year-old dancer from Lindsay, and she was named World Dancer of the Year at the 2025 World Dance Movement in Italy, where she proudly represented Team Australia. Her incredible talent, relentless work ethic and grace under pressure has earned her global recognition at a very young age. BB's achievement is not only a testament to her personal dedication, but also an inspiration to the next generation of artists, athletes and performers across the country. And I'm so proud to have such a strong number of dancers, amazing talent in my electorate. Yeah. Sally Ann Ether of the family-run Ether Group was a finalist in the Women in Industry Excellence in Transport Award, an acknowledgement of her leadership in a field that has traditionally lacked female representation. The business is also celebrating 15 years of operation, growing from humble beginnings into a leading force in transport. With close to 40% of their workforce made up of women, the Ether Group stands as a strong example of inclusive leadership and forward-thinking values in Western Sydney. Sally Ann continues to lead with strength, with innovation, and she has an unwavering commitment to our community as well as her team. Alicia Shiberis is the founder of Alicia Shiberis Interiors, and she's another outstanding local woman making waves around the world. Her work was recently featured on $1 Million Listing Sydney, and she's also completed the interior design of a $50 million estate in Dubai. Alicia's creativity, her professionalism and her global success are shining examples of Western Sydney's entrepreneurial spirit. These women are not just achieving great things, they are breaking barriers, they are lifting others and proving what's possible when women are empowered to lead. They represent the spirit, the determination and the brilliance of the women in Lindsay, and I am incredibly proud of all they have achieved. Thank you.
I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This year we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Kids of Macarthur Health Foundation. For all of that time, it's been led by a force of nature, Denise McGrath. Denise puts the interests of Macarthur's children and their health needs above all else. For 25 years, she has raised the Kids of Macarthur Health Foundation to prominence in our community. She raises money all the time, 12 months of the year, to provide the much-needed support for kids who have chronic illnesses, severe illnesses, so that they can be managed as much as possible at home, and when they are in hospital, the extra needs that they can deal with, like videos and computers and all the new media that kids are interested in, to make their time in hospital much more interesting and supportive. She has done this selflessly. I've known her for more years than I can count, but she works tirelessly for the Kids of Macarthur, and it's my real pleasure to have dealt with her and the work she's done for the kids in our hospitals and at home over all those 25 years. This year she's announced her retirement from the role, and I'm very, very sad to see that. She's been incredibly supportive to paediatricians like myself, to the teams from Sydney Children's Hospital and the Children's Hospital at Westmead that have chronic illnesses such as malignancies, leukaemia, congenital heart disease, chronic and intractable epilepsy, to make their treatments better, to make it possible for parents to take them home rather than keeping them in hospital and have treatment at home. And it's made a huge difference to many of the families that I've cared for in the last 25 years. Kids of Macarthur is a fantastic organisation, but it's reached that prominence in the community because of the hard work of Denise. She can get money from anyone for the kids' needs. She is a really fantastic member of our local community, and I certainly wish her well in her next endeavours. I'm sure she won't be retiring completely. She's so active and so positive that she really makes our Kids of Macarthur Health Foundation and the families that need them feel really, really blessed to have her there in their corner. Through Denise's leadership, Kids of Macarthur has raised tens of millions of dollars for the health needs of the kids and to support the doctors and the medical teams and the nursing staff in their jobs. I'm very proud to know her. I've been very grateful to have worked with her. I'm very grateful for my mate Rick Dunstan, who started Kids of Macarthur Health Foundation, and all the work that has been done by them in the last 25 years, and I look to support them for another 25 years. Thank you.
I call the member for Page.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the Day for Live. It's a fundraising event held in Grafton. It was held in Grafton over the weekend, and it's held each year. It's in memory of Olivia Rogers, who passed away very sadly in June 2021 after battling cancer. She was 13 years old. She was a passionate netballer, and the Day for Live is a gala netball day at the Grafton Courts and raises money each year for different charities. This year they raised funds for the Tie-Dye Project and Little Windmills, which is a charity supporting country kids. Thanks to Liv's family, Peter, Michael, Grace and Harry, and the organising committee who do a lot of work to make it happen: Megan Gerethy, Kim Anderson, Joanne Cardo, Michelle Oxenbridge, Brooke Burton, Kim Blindman and Ray Searle. It's always an emotional day, Deputy Speaker, but it has great fun and great memories of Liv and a great local charity fundraiser. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak today about an inspiring 14-year-old girl in my community, Millie Trustram. Millie at 7 was diagnosed with and bravely recovered from cancer. She was determined from that experience to make sure children didn't have to go through similar experiences. So during her recovery, she's raised over $90,000 at many events for the Kids Cancer Project. She's hosted fundraisers, created colouring books, auctioned cows, and many other things just to help find better treatments for children. After spending 6 years cancer-free, Millie has sadly been diagnosed with brain cancer. Our community has rallied behind her, raising over $63,000 to allow Millie to make every moment count. While undergoing treatment, Millie is still insistent on helping others. In September, is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and she's hosting a special Kids Cancer Morning Tea and markets at Greenwich Hall on the 21st of September. Millie's catchphrase is "Have hope, stay strong, be brave." Millie, we are all with you and your family. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the winners at this year's Alstonville-Wallingbar Business Chambers Awards. Congratulations to Plateau Tyres, who were named the Business of the Year. Alstonville Quality Meats, another great business, won the Excellence in Retail and Personal Services. Village Fresh Fruit and Veg won the Excellence in Small Business, and that's no surprise. Club IT won the Excellence in Business and Professional Services. Lotus Psychology won Excellence in Healthcare and Wellness Industries. Monique Vane Ballet Coaching, who won the Excellence in Creative Industries, and Home Alstonville, who won the Outstanding Visitor Experience. Alstonville Tennis Club, who won the Outstanding Community Organisation, and Fair Dinkum Pickleball, I've had a game there at the Alstonville Courts, won the Outstanding New Business. Federal Hotel Alstonville won the Employer of Choice. And I'd like to mention the individuals who are recognised: Oscar Murchison from Raymond Electrical, who won the Trainee Apprentice of the Year, and Vincent Che from Federal Hotel Alstonville won the Outstanding Young Business Leader, Grant Sinclair, who won the Outstanding Business Leader, Kelly Field, who won the Outstanding Employee. Congratulations to all the winners.
I call the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the great privilege and excitement of visiting the Man Cave alongside the Special Envoy, the very first Special Envoy for Men's Health, the great Dan Rapasholi, no longer the tallest man in this Parliament. We were warmly welcomed by Ben, Al and Jan, who gave us a tour and introduced us to the incredible team delivering programs that are genuinely transforming young lives. Now, the Man Cave is in Melbourne. It's a Melbourne-based charity working with boys aged between 12 and 18. They focus on prevention. They focus on supporting young men to build emotional intelligence, to form healthy relationships and express their masculinity in positive and respectful ways. Their passionate team is already making a real difference, with strong feedback from students and growing demand from across Victoria as well as New South Wales as well. Last year I joined Minister Rishworth to announce $3.5 million for 3 projects under the Healthy Masculinities Trial, including $1 million for the Man's Cave's Empowering Boys program. Under the National Plan, Deputy Speaker, the government is investing $34.8 million in early intervention trials to support boys and young men at risk of violence or trauma. These investments are about getting in early. They're an investment up front, helping young men build the strong emotional foundations and tackling things that can lead to mental health issues, disrespectful behaviour and violence that comes later on. It's really important to get in early. If we're serious about these challenges, we must invest early and back organisations like the Man Cave. Deputy Speaker, another exciting initiative the Albanese government is delivering for the people of Wills in my electorate is the Coburg Solar Community Battery. It was great to be in Coburg last month with Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Josh Wilson. He came all the way from Fremantle, which was great of him to do that, to officially launch the 400 kilowatt hour battery, which is already powering 244 local homes and businesses in my electorate. The battery stores excess solar energy during the day and feeds it back into the grid when it's needed most. Now, that's part of the $200 million Community Batteries for Household Solar program, delivering 420 of these batteries across the nation. These are delivered in partnership with Gemina. The battery benefits the whole community, whether you have solar panels or not, because it comes back off the grid. It is staggering that in 2025, Deputy Speaker, while the rest of the world is racing towards clean energy and renewables, we've still got Barnaby Joyce and the Coalition and the old dinosaurs over there on that side still trying to drag us backwards to scrap net zero.
If you just take your seat, please.
Oh, you're eating up my time.
Just to acknowledge the standing orders that members will refer to other members by their title, not by their Christian name.
if the Assistant Minister would refer to people by their correct title.
Deputy Speaker, this is not leadership. This is... It
Assistant
ignores...
Minister, your time has expired.
He just took up 20 seconds of my time.
I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. He continues on. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Look, it's not so much about Jurassic Park, it's what they're doing and sending us back to the cave. That's what intermittents are doing. Don't you love the way they call them renewables? There's nothing renewable about them. They actually take coal and iron ore and heaps of electricity to make, and when they're finished, they get buried. Blades get buried. They can't use them again. And what I always love about this is, you know, you get this, it's like a religion, it's a virtue. It's a virtue that some people have. You should live your virtue. You should apply for wind towers to go in your seat. Give a speech on it, that you want wind towers in your seat. I dare you. I dare you. I'll get you unelected. I'll get you unelected. You can do it. Any one of you can ask for wind towers in your seat. Why don't you? You can put them off your beach. But of course you wouldn't. And you wouldn't because you know it won't work. So why don't you? You can ask for wind towers off your seat. You can ask for wind towers. What's your seat? What's your seat? I'll take the interjection. What's your seat?
Order.
What? Of course they'll never ask for wind towers off their seat because there's a hypocrisy of this, an oozing hypocrisy. And the oozing hypocrisy is getting worse. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hear that Climate Change and Energy Mr Chris Bowen will on Tuesday announce today 25% increase in the size of the capacity investment schemes. These secret agreements, secret dirty agreements, which we never see the details of, which are never tabled. You never show us exactly how much on the ticket the Australian taxpayer is. You never tell us about it. You know why you don't tell us about it? Because you're ashamed of it. That's why you don't tell us about it, because you know it's a dirty, secret little agreement to mates that you can't talk about. Otherwise, you would be transparent. You would be transparent. And we also hear that these are proving very popular, these capacity investment schemes. I'm not surprised. I would like a capacity investment scheme for cattle. You get paid 90% of the return on your place, even if you don't produce cattle. There's hairdressers who'd like to be paid 90% of what they'd get from doing hair, but they never have to turn up to work. Bakers, 90%, even if they don't produce a pie. What an incredible scheme. What an incredible scheme. But he's going to streamline the auction process. It's not happening fast enough, this swindle. We've got to speed it up. Speed it up. I say to the Fourth Estate, look under the bonnet on this stuff. Look under the bonnet on this stuff. It's not about climate change where you are or not. It's about whether you are going to let people get ripped off. Now, also note, the Labor Party are going to let us debate this out for as long as it takes. And on that, I want to thank the Labor Party, genuinely, not in a smart aleck way, genuinely.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise as the federal member for Bullwinkle to speak about one of the many vital organisations in my electorate, Wheatbelt Natural Resource Management, or Wheatbelt NRM. I had the privilege of visiting the group in Northam just last week before the opening of Parliament. Wheatbelt NRM is the principal community-led, not-for-profit organisation which cares for the natural resource management of the vast 12 million hectares that make up WA's Wheatbelt. It's one of the 7 natural resource management organisations that cover WA. Established back in 1994, their work is fundamental to the health and sustainability of our land and livelihoods. They are dedicated to encouraging sustainable agricultural practices, protecting precious habitats, managing pests and ensuring the health of our soils. This includes safeguarding priority ecosystems like the threatened eucalyptus woodlands that are so iconic to our region. What truly impressed me during my visit was that the incredible team at the Wheatbelt Natural Resource Management, and particularly the integral role of the Noongar Budjar Rangers. Since 2014, these rangers have been providing crucial fee-for-work service for local governments and private landholders from tree planting to site preparation to weeding and fire management. Led by Jermaine Bomber Davies, who also serves as the Wheatbelt NRM's cultural advisor, the Rangers embody a deep connection to country and an invaluable contribution to our community's environment. During my visit, I learned about projects like Ignis, a collaboration with NASA and universities where the Ranger team is maintaining the ground stations which detect lightning severity aimed at preventing devastating bushfires before they escalate. Also, their critical work protecting our black cockatoos and the eucalyptus woodlands through conservation agreements, fencing and revegetation. I'm delighted to share the Albanese Labor government recently announced $76 million to fund 54 projects across the country specifically designed to help farmers adopt climate-smart and sustainable practices. Out of this national investment, the Wheatbelt NRM has received $1.3 million through the Regional Delivery Partners and Landcare programs. This investment will help strengthen the First Nations engagement with the Rangers. The work of the Wheatbelt is indispensable to the environment and the economic future of Northern and our entire electorate, and I'm incredibly proud of their dedication.
The member's time has
and
expired.
will continue to champion
I
their
call
efforts.
the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the Cronulla Gropers. Every morning before dawn, you'll find them on the water's edge at Cronulla Beach. No medals, no races, just a group of men having a swim, a coffee and a chat. Founded by Jason Dorry and Lee Murphy, the Gropers have created a space where men can connect, free of judgment, free of pressure and grounded in mutual respect. What began with just 2 mates has grown to 277 members, a remarkable testament for the need for connection and strength of community-led support. And I'm proud to be member 252. What began with just 2 at a time when men's health remains a national challenge, the Gropers provide routine. They provide connection, a reason to show up, and they keep each other well. 6 men die by suicide each day in this country. The Gropers aren't a clinical service, but what they offer is just as vital. They show that community, friendship and accountability can change lives. In a world where so many are isolated, what the Gropers have built on the Sound at Cronulla is a grassroots model for connection and care. Also, the NDIS, while it's been a proud national achievement rooted in dignity, fairness and support, unfortunately we've recently had policy rushed and disconnected from reality, and people in my electorate are suffering. From July 1, the Albanese government imposed sweeping NDIS pricing changes. Physiotherapy cut by $10 an hour, dietetics and podiatry reduced by $5 an hour, and travel reimbursement halved. Shame. This was done with less than a month's notice. No time to plan, no genuine consultation. In my electorate of Cook, I've received a joint submission from kidiotherapy clinicians and one of their local families. This local family and their teenage daughter, who lives with cerebral palsy, has relied on the same physio for nearly a decade. Care that's helped her work, care that's helped her absolutely excel at school and thrive. Their message is simple: this is not where you cut. Physiotherapy isn't a luxury. It prevents hospitalisations, supports dignity and saves lives. The Coalition has called for a 3-month deferral, urgent consultation and full transparency on the data that sits behind these cuts. This isn't about business margins, it's about protecting people and giving them dignity. I will fight to ensure the NDIS puts people, not price tags, first.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to share with the House the incredible energy, passion and determination I witnessed in Newcastle at a community celebration hosted by Save Our Coast, marking the long-fought and hard-won rejection of the offshore petroleum application known as PEP 11. Its rejection is a historic victory for coastal communities up and down our eastern seaboard, but especially for my community in Newcastle. This decision, made by Labor's Minister for Industry and Science, was made for reasons of public interest, concerns about the applicant's estimate of the cost of works and their ability to raise necessary capital to fund the proposed works. It followed a fierce campaign from everyday people who refused to stay silent while the future of our oceans was put at risk. Thousands of people from all walks of life, surfers, students, scientists, artists and local leaders, traditional owners and elders, that stood shoulder to shoulder to say our ocean is not for sale. They rallied, they campaigned, they lobbied and they never gave up. The celebration I attended earlier this month was one of pride and persistence, a moment to reflect on the power of sustained community advocacy. PEP 11 was an environmental and economic risk. Offshore drilling for oil and gas off our coast was never acceptable, and I'm proud to stand with the more than 80,000 Novocastrians who fought to see this project rejected. Deputy Speaker, this Albanese Labor government is listening to our communities. Labor knows that acting on climate change, protecting our environment must be at the centre of our national agenda. While we have rightly said no to risky fossil fuel proposals like PEP 11, we are saying a big resounding yes to clean energy investment, especially in Newcastle. Just this month, we unveiled the final design for the $100 million clean energy precinct at the Port of Newcastle. It's hard to imagine a more powerful symbol of our region's transformation. Land once earmarked for an additional coal terminal will now be at the forefront of the global clean energy transition. This is not just about sound environmental policy, and it's also sound economic policy. It's about creating secure, sustainable jobs for the future while decarbonising heavy industry. And we've backed the serious work of decarbonisation with a lot of investments, namely $432 million to kickstart Orica's green hydrogen hub here in Newcastle. We've got great progress working on reducing emissions. Safeguard mechanisms are kicking in and working well. And indeed, there is a very, very bright future for places like Newcastle because we have powered Australia for generations, and with the Albanese Labor government, we're making sure that we'll continue to do so for generations to come, but all the while focused on a sustainable future.
The member's time has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 193, time for members' constituency statements is concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Customs Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading.
Before this debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that, in the House, it has been agreed that a general debate will be allowed covering this bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025. And the question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Hasler.
Thank you, and congratulations also for your ascension to the Deputy Speaker panel. I strongly support these bills that implement the Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or the UAE CEPA. This moment marks a significant milestone in Australia's trade history, our first free trade agreement with a nation in the Middle East. The agreement is the result of dedicated negotiation reflecting the Albanese Labor government's commitment to expanding Australia's international trade relationships, diversifying our export markets and creating opportunities for Australian workers, farmers, producers and service providers. In March 2023, I had the distinct privilege of meeting a high-level delegation from the United Arab Emirates, including His Excellency Abdullah Al-Subawsi, the then Ambassador, members of the UAE Parliament, the Federal National Council, His Excellency Dr. Ali Al-Naimi, Her Excellency Sarah Falkanaz, and His Excellency Marwan Al-Muhairi, and there were representatives from all 7 Emirates in the room. During our discussions, the UAE representatives expressed a clear desire to deepen trade ties and collaborate with Australia, not only in traditional sectors, but also in emerging areas such as the green economy and clean energy technologies. This personal engagement exemplifies the very strong diplomatic and commercial relationships that underpin the UAE CEPA and gives me great confidence that this partnership will continue to grow in both scale and scope. The agreement is groundbreaking in its breadth and ambition. It eliminates tariffs on over 99% of Australian exports to the UAE, making it the most liberal trade agreement the UAE has ever entered into. Independent economic modelling predicts an increase in Australian goods exports of approximately $678 million per year. The tariff savings alone will reach an estimated $135 million in the first year, growing to $160 million within 5 years. These are tangible benefits for Australian farmers and producers, manufacturers, strengthening their competitiveness in a wealthy and dynamic market. Australia's exports to the UAE have increased significantly, both in scale and complexity. Back in the early 1990s, the monthly exports were as low as $7 million Australian dollars. And fast forward to early 2024, and they hit a record of that $618 million, with March 2025 pushing that even higher to $720 million Australian dollars, a clear indicator of sustained upward momentum. Our trade relationship with the UAE is already robust. In 2023, two-way trade with the UAE was valued at nearly $10 billion, accompanied by two-way infrastructure investment exceeding $20 billion. The UAE stands as Australia's largest trade and investment partner in the Middle East, and the CEPA further enhances this position by providing that greater certainty and the easier access for Australian exporters and investors. For over the years, Australia's exports to the UAE have steadily grown and evolved, reflecting not just the changing market demands, but the strength and the maturity of our bilateral relationship. What began primarily as trade in agriculture goods, high-quality meat, dairy and livestock, has expanded into a much broader economic partnership. In the early days, our exports were focused on feeding a growing population in the Gulf. The UAE was and still is a key market for our trusted, clean and halal-certified food products, but as both countries have developed and diversified, so did the nature of our trade. From the early 2000s onwards, this is where we really started to see the momentum building, with Australian businesses exporting a wider range of products, from education and health services to advanced manufacturing and renewable technologies. The UAE is the global logistics and investment hub, and it's become a crucial gateway for Australian goods and services into the broader Middle East and the North Africa region. More recently, our economic ties have deepened further, particularly as both nations have looked to diversify. And as Australia seeks to reduce its over-reliance on any one trading partner, the UAE has emerged as an important partner in that trade diversification strategy. At the same time, the UAE's own economic vision, focused on innovation, sustainability and non-oil industries, creates clear alignment with Australia's strengths in clean energy, mining technology, agri-tech and education. This is more than just trade, Deputy Speaker. It's about building long-term strategic partnerships that deliver real benefits back home. It supports Australian jobs, particularly in our regions, and creates new opportunities for exporters, whether they're small-scale producers from the Swan Valley in Western Australia or education providers in our cities. The future of our trade with the UAE is so strong, and it reflects that modern, forward-looking Australia, confident in our values, competitive in global markets and committed to building that lasting relationships that benefit us all. One of the key features of this agreement is its comprehensive coverage beyond goods. Australian service providers across more than 120 sectors, including professional services, financial services, education and training, will benefit now from the improved regulatory transparency and protections. This will allow Australian businesses to expand their footprint into the UAE and deliver those services with confidence and reliability in what is a highly competitive international market. The Albanese government is particularly focused on leveraging this agreement to support our transition to net zero emissions under a Future Made in Australia plan, because the UAE's Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is valued at $1.5 trillion, represents a significant source of capital, and the agreement is expected to stimulate new investment in Australia's critical minerals and clean energy sectors. Critical minerals such as aluminium, the largest Australian export to the UAE, are essential inputs to clean energy technologies and the broader energy transition. Minister Don Farrell has emphasised, indeed, that globally where free trade agreements with the UAE has been established, sovereign wealth fund investments has closely followed. This agreement provides the imprimatur for both governments that investment in Australian industry supporting the energy transition is welcome and encouraged. Given global demand for critical minerals and clean energy technology, this deal positions Australia to really capitalise on these trends, creating high-value jobs and strengthening our economy's future resilience. The environmental cooperation is another vital pillar of the CEPA. Australia and the UAE have committed to collaboration on shared challenges, including transitioning to net zero, promoting circular economy principles and reducing pollution, improving air quality, and combating illegal wildlife trade. This agreement goes beyond the traditional trade goals. It's embedding a framework for sustainable development and climate action, which is essential in such an interconnected world. This agreement also includes modern provisions addressing digital trade, anti-corruption, intellectual property rights, and skilled labour mobility. It creates a comprehensive future-facing trade architecture that supports Australian enterprise of all sizes to engage confidently in the UAE market. It's also a historic and important innovation in the agreement for a dedicated chapter on First Nations trade. So for the first time in Australian trade history, Indigenous businesses seeking to export goods to the UAE will receive preferential market access, opening meaningful commercial opportunities. This initiative aligns well with our broader commitment to economic empowerment and reconciliation for First Nations peoples. However, it's also important to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised, especially by unions and advocacy groups, regarding human rights and labour protections in the UAE. The UAE's labour laws, including the kafala sponsorship program, have been criticised for enabling exploitation of migrant workers, including withholding of passports and unpaid wages, as well as limited rights to unionise and bargain collectively. These issues are concerning and they have to be addressed. The Albanese government is committed to upholding Australian values in its trade policies. So while this agreement does not include the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, which protects the government's sovereign right to regulate, it must also serve as a platform for promoting fair labour standards and human rights. We must remain vigilant and advocate for improvements in labour protections and ethical standards, ensuring that trade does not come at the expense of human dignity. On the economic front, while the UAE's Sovereign Wealth Fund presents promising investment opportunities, experts advise caution in expecting an overwhelming influx of capital. The UAE is itself a competitor in clean energy development, with abundant wind and solar resources and substantial funding for projects. Australia's biggest commercial prospects in the energy transition also depend on strong partnerships with other major regional economies such as China and Japan, which have extensive decarbonisation ambitions. Now, industry stakeholders have widely welcomed this agreement. The Australian Meat Industry Council has highlighted the enhanced competitiveness of its red meat products in the UAE market. The Australian Industry Group views the deal as a gateway for Australian companies to explore the Middle East for the first time, opening new pathways for trade investment. And the Joint Standing Committee also on Treaties conducted its own inquiry into the merits of this agreement. And there were so many submissions, and the Australian Industry Group, for example, in their submission stated that it was set to bring substantial benefits to both markets, opening new avenues for economic collaboration, and that it signals optimism in trade relations. The National Farmers Federation submitted that beyond the deal-specific tariff rate reductions, the near-complete liberalisation of trade afforded by the CEPA is an important demonstration of the benefits of free and open trade in both the Middle East and more broadly. So as the government moves to implement the agreement, the Customs Amendment Bill will introduce the necessary changes to the Customs Act 1901. And these changes, of course, include new rules of origin requirements and record-keeping provisions.
Would you just, excuse me, please, sorry, members, could you just keep your conversations low? The member has the call.
So thank you, Deputy Speaker. These changes include new rules of origin requirements and record-keeping provisions to enable the preferential tariff treatment under CEPA. and this will of course ensure that Australian customs regulations align with the obligations of the agreement and facilitate that smooth trade flow. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the Australia-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement represents a forward-looking and comprehensive trade deal. It's diversifying our trading relationships, it's expanding access to a vital and growing market, supports critical sectors in our economy, particularly for agriculture and clean energy, and it embeds the important commitments of sustainability and Indigenous economic participation. I commend the bills to the House and I look forward to seeing the tangible benefits that this agreement will deliver for Australian businesses, workers and our communities. Thank you.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to support the Customs Amendment Australia-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill of 2025 and applaud Minister Farrell for finalising the work that was initiated by then Minister Tehan in November 2021 when he initiated the discussions around this agreement, and Minister Farrell has carried through and finished off. Now, Deputy Speaker, trade is such an important issue for Australia as a middle-ranking world economy and power. We are currently in an environment where some of the world's largest trading nations engaging in perhaps a trade war. So this agreement is very timely and reinforces the importance of countries of our stature to have open and free trade with our partners around the world. So once again, very good timing. I want to make the point that 1 in 5 Australian jobs is trade related, and on average, export businesses employ more staff, pay higher wages and achieve higher productivity compared to non-exporters. Deputy Speaker, between 2013 and 2022, the Liberal National Government finalised 11 trade agreements, including the FTA with the UK and the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. We implemented 9 trade agreements while in government, lifting the share of trade covered by FTAs from 27% in 2013 to 70% by 2022, and that figure is now lifted to almost 80% as the India and UK FTAs were ratified. The United Arab Emirates is a great friend of our country, not only from a trade and investment perspective. They also host a very important military base for our nation, and to that end I have worked very hard from my perspective to build the relationship and friendships, particularly with former Ambassador Mr Al-Sabozi, who we hosted in WA. We visited the Peel feedlots of the live export trade and spent a great day discussing mutually beneficial trade relationships, and also looking forward to continuing that friendship with the new Ambassador, His Excellency Dr Al-Tafag, and we have already met on a couple of occasions and looking forward to continuing that relationship. Deputy Speaker, the United Arab Emirates is Australia's largest trade and investment partner in the Middle East, with nearly $10 billion of two-way trade in 2023. You would be familiar with those numbers, and $20.6 billion in two-way investment. Now, trade is very important, but also the investment component of that, and the UAE has a number of sovereign wealth funds. I think the number mentioned by the previous speaker was $1.5 trillion, and that is a large amount of capital looking for a productive home, and of course Australia can provide many great investment opportunities for the United Arab Emirates. My interest in the trade to the Middle East stems particularly from my electorate and the produce that we produce, be it agricultural produce or minerals or indeed world-class tourism product. And our farmers exporting to the UAE will directly benefit from the removal of import tariffs and preferential treatment access to markets. And if I can touch on some of them, on dairy, the tariffs on all dairy products will be eliminated on entry into force, and this will give our $3 billion dairy industry duty-free access to the UAE. Red meat, which is we're a big producer of red meat in not only my electorate but in Western Australia. duties on the Australian red meat imports to the UAE worth around $600 million annually will be eliminated on entry into force. The UAE is Australia's fourth largest market for sheep meat, with Australia exporting $332.9 million to the UAE annually, and that makes it our second largest agricultural export market. Sorry, our second largest agricultural export to that market. Australia exported $246 million worth of beef to the UAE in 2024, which represents our largest market in the Middle East. Tariff on bottled wine, which is another great product of my electorate, will be reduced to 45% compared to the current applied tariff of 50%, and this will provide Australia better access than any other competitor to the UAE. Canola seed, which is produced in great quantity in my electorate, and we're shaping up to have a pretty good season again, is the largest ag export to the United Arab Emirates. The Emirates will eliminate its 5% tariff on entry into force, and this will give our largest agricultural export to the UAE of nearly $500 million in 2024 duty-free access to this market. Other grains and oilseeds, which represent around $150 million, will fall to zero tariff immediately. Pulses, which are important food in the Middle East, will be removed the 5% tariff, and this will benefit the $140 million worth of pulses that we send. 5% tariff on horticulture will be eliminated, and that will benefit the $109 million worth of horticultural goods we export to the UAE. For industry, aluminium duties will be eliminated immediately on many products, and the remaining duties will be eliminated over 3 to 5 years. And this will create new opportunities for Australia's $7.1 billion worth of aluminium exports. Gold, which is, we are the preeminent gold producers in the country in O'Connor. The tariff on our gold exports to the UAE has been locked at zero, and preventing the UAE from increasing it to the previous limit of 15%. And if anybody's been to Dubai and been to the gold market, you'll be well aware that gold is a very, very important consumer product. In fact, in the Emirates, it's very much seen as a status symbol, but also financial security for families, and particularly as part of a dowry when people are getting married, and they do consume a lot of our gold. Vehicle parts, tariffs on vehicle parts will be eliminated, and this is a major benefit for our vehicle parts export market, which is worth around $291 million annually. Deputy Speaker, I can't let mention of trade with the Middle East pass without mentioning the live export trade, which was also an important part of our trade with Middle Eastern countries, particularly the UAE. I visited last May and visited the feedlots, the abattoirs and processing plants, spoke to consumers and also the people who ran the industry in the UAE. They are disappointed that market option will be removed from them. Food security is a huge issue for Middle Eastern countries, not just the UAE, but more generally, and I'll touch on those in a minute. So it is disappointing that when Minister Farrell talks about, in his press release, diversification of opportunities for our producers and so on, the government is in fact reducing those opportunities for sheep producers out of WA, but we will continue to provide them with top quality sheep meat, and they will source their live sheep, which they buy for cultural reasons, from other parts of the world. And sadly, those other parts of the world don't have anything like the regulations around animal welfare that we do, so ultimately a net loss for animal welfare for sheep around the world. So moving on to those other Arab countries, and I say to Minister Farrell earlier, congratulations on landing the UAE free trade agreement. But the big one, of course, in the Middle East is the Gulf Cooperative Council Free Trade Agreement, which has sort of kicked off in 2007 and has not really moved a great deal since then. The countries involved in the GCC are Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and of course the UAE, which we've done a bilateral agreement with. So there are great opportunities. As I said, the Middle Eastern countries, particularly Saudi Arabia, which is a very large country by population, are very concerned about their food security. Australia is well positioned to provide those countries with that food security. I visited Kuwait last year. Once again, they are the largest importers of live sheep, but they also import a lot of chilled meat. And interestingly enough, every loaf of bread, every flour product in that country is produced from Australian wheat. So Australia is a really important partner to many of these countries. We can, if we are consistent with our rules and regulations, we can provide food security, which is, as I say, critically important for our Middle Eastern partners. And I look forward to Minister Farrell, now that the UAE deal has been signed and landed, moving on to the GCC Free Trade Agreement and getting better access and more consistent arrangements with our Middle Eastern partners in the rest of the Gulf. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. One of the fastest growing regions in the world, indeed, and in the Middle East is the United Arab Emirates. This is an economy in which a large proportion of the population are growing in living standards and ensuring that they have a growing not only investment but consumer capacity. So it's really important that Australia, as an open trading nation, attempts to take advantage of that growth and that development that's occurring within the region. And the relationship between Australia and the United Arab Emirates as a result of this proposed agreement has never been stronger. This year we're celebrating 50 years of bilateral relations with the UAE after they established diplomatic relations with us in 1975. And our government's working hard to ensure that that 50 years of cooperation and mutual benefit grows and prospers into the future. And the UAE is already our largest trade and investment partner in the Middle East, with $13.2 billion in two-way trade and $23.7 billion in two-way investment in 2024. And the Australia-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or CEPA as it's commonly known, sets a path for further growth. This is a really big deal, Speaker. We've signed Australia's first free trade agreement in the Middle East with the conclusion of the negotiations announced in September last year. The UAE is a very, very important gateway to the region and beyond, and this agreement shows that the Albanese government's commitment to opening up new opportunities for Australian exporters, farmers, producers and businesses to diversify their markets. I recently met with the UAE ambassador in Australia, His Excellency Dr. Farhad Al-Tafa, and we both underscored our commitment to the bilateral relationship, including on trade and co-investment. And I'm pleased to see that under this agreement, Australian exports to the UAE are expected to increase to $678 million per year. Farmers and food and beverage producers will benefit from preferential access to the UAE's growing market for premium food and agricultural products. And that's a hallmark of a nation that is developing and improving its living standards. As that wealth creates and grows, the population wants to consume better quality food and other products. And it's estimated that Australian exports will make tariff savings of $135 million on goods exported to the UAE in the first year, rising to $160 million as tariffs are progressively eliminated over the next 5 years. And many of those areas will be in agricultural products. With the elimination of tariffs on over 99% of Australia's exports to the UAE when it's fully implemented, Australian exports to the UAE will have a significant commercial edge over other international competitors. This trade agreement will encourage investment, including in sectors of the Australian economy underpinning our energy transition. The resources industry will also benefit from the elimination of tariffs on minerals, including alumina, Australia's largest export to the UAE. The agreement delivers new opportunities and greater certainty for Australian service providers in the UAE also. This includes in education, professional services and the financial services sector, and it makes it easier for certain skilled professionals to work temporarily in the UAE. And in a first for Australia, the agreement's standalone chapter dedicated to First Nations trade. This means First Nations businesses seeking to export goods to the UAE will benefit from preferential market access and rules. And I want to pay tribute to Australia's First Nations Ambassador, Speaker Justin Mohammed, appointed by the government, criticised by those opposite, but was fundamental in the negotiations around preferential market access and that standalone chapter dedicated to First Nations trade. And it's something that the UAE understands and comprehends, and because of Mr Mohammed's involvement and because of this government's commitment to promoting the culture and the respect for First Nations people in Australia, we will benefit through a trade agreement, and that's something that we are very, very proud of as a government. The CEPA will complement and reinforce an already valuable relationship with the UAE in defence, counter-terrorism and law enforcement. The broader economy-wide benefits of CEPA will far exceed the reduction in revenue from customs duties. The Customs Act will be amended to include new rules of origin requirements to enable record-keeping requirements to be prescribed for the CEPA. And the amendments will enable eligible goods to satisfy the new rules of origin for CEPA to be imported into Australia at preferential rates of customs duties. The amendments will also impose a requirement on exporters and producers to produce records, answer questions, and for authorised officers to disclose those to relevant authorities in the UAE. CEPA is the foundation for future growth of trade and investment relations between Australia and the UAE. It means more opportunities for Australian goods and services and exporters seeking to diversify their trade. It will also offer the opportunity to deepen our cooperation in our shared ambition to transition to net zero through greater investment. Our deal delivers for Australian farmers, producers, manufacturers, service providers, exporters and Australian workers, giving them unprecedented access to preferential treatment when they do business with the UAE. Speaker, the Albanese government is committed to supporting Australian businesses diversifying markets overseas, and that is exactly what this agreement does. This agreement with the UAE further strengthens our relationship with one of our most important trading and investment partners in the Middle East. We know that more trade means more export opportunities for Australian businesses, more jobs, more national income, and all Australians will benefit. I commend the agreement to the House.
And I thank the member, and I put the questions that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I've just come from a half-hour meeting with His Excellency Dr. Fayed Abed Mohammed Altafaq, who is the current Ambassador of the United Australian Emirates to Australia, and he also serves as the UAE's Ambassador to Vanuatu and doing some important work in the Solomon Islands as well. He's a distinguished diplomat. He has a wealth of experience. He has previous roles as a diplomat, as an ambassador for the UAE to Nigeria, Director of the African Affairs Directorate, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. We couldn't have a better person for the job here in Canberra. And we talked about, obviously, continuing important economic ties, strengthening them, but also many other aspects of life that we share in common with the UAE. I was in the UAE on a delegation, a bipartisan delegation, in September 2023, and it was a fruitful visit. Very, very good to look at the infrastructure that they have, and we mentioned DB Ports a minute ago with the ambassador. What they're doing as far as shipping transport, shipping trade is quite remarkable, and we know how much Australia relies on getting those 20-foot containers into our nation. But more importantly than that, the military ties that we've been able to enjoy, and I say enjoy because it is very much at UAE's grace that we're allowed to have Al Minhad Air Base Camp Air, and of course that's named in honour of Corporal Cameron Baird, Victoria Cross recipient. I speak with his father, Doug, regularly, and Corporal Cameron Baird went through Kapuka, 1st Recruit Training Battalion at Wagga Wagga, and posthumously awarded the VC, Australia's highest military honour. But Al Minhad Air Base is a military installation in the UAE, located about 24 kilometres south of Dubai, and it's operated by the UAE Air Force. It's currently the headquarters of the Australian Defence Forces Joint Task Force 633 and supports Australia's operations in the Middle East. We couldn't have done what we've been able to do in various operations in that very important geopolitical and strategic part of the world, but for Camp Baird. And as of March 2024, the airbase has also hosted the permanent British Support Operations Facility, Donnelly Lines. But we have many, many troops there, and my last visit there I was amazed at how many of those personnel, of those ADFL personnel, had Riverina connections. Of course, we've got all three arms of the defence in Wagga Wagga. It's the home of the soldier. It's got the Air Force Base, Royal Australian Air Force Base at Forest Hill, and a Navy base, important Navy base, also based with the RAF, even though we're a long, long way from the nearest drop of seawater, Deputy Speaker. We're speaking here about the Customs Amendment Australia-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025, as well as the Customs Tariff Amendment Australia-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025. The Ambassador, interestingly, Member for Cowper, spoke in glowing terms about our Shadow Trade Minister, the member for Page, and the work that he is doing to forge better relations and improve trade with the UAE. And this is a bipartisan thing, so His Excellency was very aware of the work that Minister Farrell and others have done from the government to secure more trade. And doesn't matter who you're with, trade is crucial. Trade is essential. You know that from your own West Australian electorate. And in this situation we have now in the world, trade is difficult. It is, and trade could well lead to global tension, even heightened global tension in the near immediate future. And we need to have free trade arrangements, good trade arrangements with nations that have the same values and principles that we have here in Australia, and the UAE, I'm pleased to say, is one of those. Now, there are two bills put forward in this one submission for consideration and before the House, and they're both relating to the CPAC arrangements with UAE. Now, the first schedule is the purpose of this Customs Amendment Implementation Bill. It means the Customs Act, which goes back to Federation, to introduce new rules of origin to determine if goods imported from the UAE into Australia are eligible for preferential tariff treatment under the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Australia and the UAE, and other matters, of course. The amendments to the first bill also give effect to the requirements for verifying claims for preferential tariff treatment in accordance with the agreement of goods exported from Australia to the UAE. And the second bill, the purpose of it is amending the Customs Tariff Act of 1995 to give effect to the preferential tariff treatment applicable to goods covered by the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the two nations. Now, under the former coalition government, which was very strong and very solid in the trade front, we signed and arranged that many free trade agreements. It did solidify diplomatic relations with a number of countries. It did help our farmers. And I heard the member for Kingsford Smith talking about the importance of doing just that. Not only farmers, businesses, large and small. We want to, as a parliament, support those businesses right across the nation, and of course they include farmers in regional Australia. Now, under the former government, Australia and the UAE announced the intention to pursue the agreement in a joint ministerial statement which was issued back on the 17th of March 2022, just prior to the May 2022 election. Now, the start of negotiations officially began on the 13th of December 2023 and they concluded on the 17th of September 2024. Now, in addition to the agreement and the side letters, a standalone agreement between the UAE and Australia on the promotion and protection of investments and 5 memoranda of understanding relating to investment were concluded as part of the negotiations. And I remember when I was in the UAE in September with the previous ambassador to the current one, we were talking about the importance of trade and what we could do. And I have to say the royal family in the UAE very conscious and aware of the important role of Australia. And they realise that we are an island nation, a long way from Europe, a long way from the Americas. You could almost argue a long way from anywhere. But they realise that obviously the Asia-Pacific relationship with the UAE is going to be critical for their future. DP World and other shipping companies have a big role to play. We know how important that is, and we know how important the UAE is going to be with that. Now, the agreement which has been arranged and organised has many benefits. It's Australia's first free trade agreement with a nation in the Middle East, and that's critical and that's important. Australian exporters will benefit from the elimination of tariffs on more than 99% of Australian goods exported to the UAE by value once fully implemented, and this is estimated to increase Australian exports by around $678 million per year. Now, the total two-way trade between Australia and the UAE was worth more than $9.94 billion in 2023. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It probably pales into insignificance with some of the arrangements we've got with other countries, including our largest trading partner, of course, China. But it's on the improve, it's on the up, and this is good. The UAE, as I said, is Australia's largest trade investment partner in the Middle East. And when we talk trade, we're also talking, as the ambassador just very eloquently described, AI. We're talking pharmaceuticals, we're talking all manner of things, and not just goods but also services. Education is of critical importance in the UAE, and we've got a lot to be gained from that relationship with UAE. Now, a Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, as I mentioned before, CEPA, was signed in November 2024 to further strengthen these economic ties. Now, in 2023, and these are important figures, Australia's exports to the UAE were valued at $5.21 billion, while imports were $4.73 billion. So we have a trade surplus, and that is good. But the CPAC arrangement, the CEPA arrangement, signed on the 6th of November 24, It aims to eliminate the tariffs on almost all of Australian goods entering the UAE. Now, notable Australian exports to the UAE include alumina, meat, oilseeds and higher education. And the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, those officials do an amazing job. They really do. And anybody who's been on one of those overseas delegations can see the best of the best. When they are overseas representing Australia, they do such an amazing and remarkable job. Now, the people-to-people links is also important because strong air links facilitate movement between the two countries with an estimated 20,000 Australians living and working in the UAE. That's a lot of people, 20,000. Now, with the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, it's expected to provide Australian exporters with a competitive advantage, facilitate investment, and we could do a lot more investment in the UAE. There are opportunities there, and for those businesses, for those organisations, they really ought to get on one of those planes, one of those Emirates planes, and go and see for themselves, because there is incredible opportunities there, and support Australia's energy needs, etc., etc. There's just so much work we can do. And whilst over there, anybody, I would recommend having a look at their transport links. Their roads have to be seen to be believed. We have a lot in common, and we could learn a thing or three from the UAE as far as we've got so many resources that we could learn a lot from the way they in the UAE take advantage of their resources, of their opportunities, and of the way they do their infrastructure, because it is world-leading, it is cutting edge, and I commend this bill. I commend anything that we can do to strengthen ties and increase investment and increase trading opportunities with that marvellous nation, the UAE. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Riverina. If there are no further speakers, I put that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour? All those against? I think the ayes have it.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. Thank you. I call on the clerk.
Second reading, Customs Tariff Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025.
I put the question that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Ayes have it.
Second reading, Customs Tariff Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour? All those against? The ayes have it. Clerk? I call on the clerk.
Government business, orders of the day. Next order, statements on the early childhood education and care strengthening regulation of Early Education Bill 2025 provisions.
Are there any statements? And I call on the member for Moreton. Moreton.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. A mess of avocado stained across my shirt, a scream down the hallway to see if Dad has seen her water bottle, and a demand for her Tony box just as we're headed out the door. This is a regular morning in our household. And like many of us in this place and more than 1 million parents across the country, I have a child who attends childcare. When my partner and I drop my daughter off in the morning, we give her a kiss goodbye, we wish her a good day and chat to her carers who are dedicated and enthusiastic. The chaos of the morning is made calm by the always caring, deeply professional and hard-working childcare workers who look after the most precious person in our lives. We have never doubted that she will be educated, entertained and safe at childcare. However, reports in recent weeks of neglect and abuse in New South Wales and horrific offences at childcare centres in Victoria have shocked and distressed us all. You do not have to be a parent to feel sickened by the news. As the CEO of the Parenthood, Georgie Dent, said, children being safe in early learning is the absolute baseline parents are entitled to. I would like to express my support and empathy for the children, parents and families who have been impacted. You have been let down by institutions you should be able to trust, and what you are going through is every parent's worst nightmare. The Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025 is the Albanese Labor government's urgent response to the events of recent weeks. It includes measures to strengthen Commonwealth regulatory and enforcement powers to improve safety and quality at childcare centres. Put simply, Labor is determined to do everything we can to ensure that children are safe in ECEC settings, whether that be childcare centres, family daycare, in-home care and outside school hours care. The Minister for Education said funding is the big weapon that the Australian government has to wield here. He is referring to the $16 billion per year childcare subsidy, and this subsidy is what keeps the lights on at childcare centres and keeps the doors open. It accounts for about 70% of the cost of operating a childcare centre. This legislation that is before us right now enables the government to withhold or cancel the childcare subsidy if a centre is not compliant with quality and safety standards. It applies to all centres and services that are eligible for the childcare subsidy. Specifically, this legislation will ensure that quality and safety are primary considerations when new childcare subsidy provider approvals are lodged. It will then ensure the ongoing paramount importance of quality and safety when assessing ongoing operations. The legislation also applies a much-needed layer of transparency, expanding the Secretary of the Department of Education's remit to publicise the actions taken against providers who do not meet the standards required. The Secretary will now be able to disclose when a provider is not granted approval to operate a new service. These new powers include publicising the details of other compliance action, including when conditions are applied or an infringement notice is issued. And this will give families more clarity and more confidence when choosing providers. This is the level of transparency that they deserve. And ultimately, it will generate more community assurance in the integrity of this critical sector. Another key aspect of the legislation is strengthening the powers available to authorised inspectors for spot checks and unannounced visits. There are penalties for not providing reasonable assistance to the inspector during such visits. The bill also provides for the improved financial integrity of the childcare subsidy. And these measures were included in the 2024-25 budget. And from the 1st of January 2026, both family daycare and in-home care providers will collect the gap fees directly from families. This reform reduces the administrative burden on providers, freeing educators up from collecting fees and allowing them to focus on what is most critical to families and our community, the care and education of children. It will enhance the provider's ability to administer the childcare subsidy and reduce fraud and non-compliance. The legislation before us has been widely welcomed by peak bodies in the sector. There is recognition that while Australia has a world-leading national quality framework, Standards are not being enforced as they should be. Providers must be held accountable for the standards of care and must be penalised when they fail to meet them. And that is what this bill does. As Paul Mondo from the Australian Childcare Alliance stated, there is nothing more important than the safety and well-being of children. It is at the heart of the ECEC system, and we support zero tolerance for child abuse or maltreatment. I'd like to recognise the thousands of caring and committed childcare professionals who look after our children every single day in every place around this country. You have a crucial role in both preparing children for school and enabling parents to work, and we are ever grateful for your care. The Albanese Labor government is committed to bolstering the ECEC workforce. In 2023, the government announced a package of $72.4 million to provide professional development for up to 75,000 early childhood educators, support up to 6,000 educators to complete their professional qualifications, and help up to 2,000 people complete placements required for their qualifications. Labor recognised the critical importance of retaining our early childhood education and care workers by implementing a 15% pay rise, and we value the people who care for our children every single day. This bill is the first step in ensuring quality and safety for our children. Future meetings of education ministers will discuss options such as using CCTV and childcare centres and the development of a national education register. This register would help track workers from centre to centre, from state to state. We're working constructively with each and every one of the states and territories on these critical matters. The Attorney-General will also be addressing the matter of different working with children checks in the states and territories at that meeting next month. Labor recognises that it is our responsibility to do all that we can to make sure our children are safe when they are in care. This legislation will help ensure that providers must put child safety ahead of profit. Its purpose is not to shut centres down, but to ensure centres meet quality and safety standards. While the states and territories hold the responsibility of ensuring quality and safety in childcare, the federal government will work closely with them to implement these new regulations. For the first time since the childcare subsidy system began in 2018, the Secretary of the Department of Education will be able to consider a provider's quality, safety and compliance history before granting approval to administer the childcare subsidy, provide ongoing approval and approval extension. Getting this right now is a vital foundation for working towards building a universal early childhood education and care system, one that parents can have confidence in and one that will give our youngest Australians a flying start to life.
And I thank the member for Moreton and I invite the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Reports on children being abused in childcare are nothing short of horrific. Multiple cases of paedophilia with families and many childcare centres told to get the children tested for sexually transmitted diseases. This morning, more horrific news. A woman facing charges of torture and multiple assaults against a 1-year-old. Allegations including smothering, hitting the child on the head and kicking the little baby across the floor. Utterly horrific. That precious little baby. A Sydney childcare centre with photo evidence of toddlers with their mouths taped shut. I mean, what in the world are we dealing with here? There are many good people that work in childcare, but clearly there are some serious problems in this sector. And while I want to talk about this bill, I also want to have a bigger conversation about the choices that parents have in our nation, or the lack of choice. Firstly, this bill will provide a lever for government to cut off funding in an early education care centre that isn't up to scratch. And we don't know how many will be cut off and how many chances they'll get to fix their problems. Right now, around 4%, so nearly 1 in 20 childcare centres are not meeting safety standards, and many have not met them for some time. The bill will strengthen the powers to perform spot checks and unannounced visits to detect fraud and non-compliance. And I understand most centres receive around one unannounced visit per year and normally one scheduled visit per year, and that's managed by individual state governments. It's astonishing that safety inspections are so infrequent, and this is affecting our vulnerable little Australians who are at the mercy of those who care for them and whose parents place their trust in these places. Right now, the safeguard for children with the staff is the Working for Children's check, and it's sobering to know that the alleged pedophiles charged with multiple counts of abuse all had clear Working with Children checks. The government childcare calculator shows that a family with one child aged 1 in care where both parents are working and earning $102,000 each. I picked that because that's the average full-time salary according to the ABS. And a daycare centre charging out at $13 per hour, which is the national average. They will pay $486 in out-of-pocket expenses per week, and the government will fund $856 per week. Yearly, a total of $32,000 in total care costs, $21,000 paid by the taxpayer and around $11,000 paid by the parent. Childcare centres are big business. And over the years, we have seen for-profit companies grow their share. The same in aged care, the same in employment services. In each one of these sectors, the company is there to make a profit. That's the point of them. And they will cut corners so they can increase their profit wherever they can. They usually do. In 2013, 39% of childcare operators were for profit. In 2025, it's 53.8%. In 2013, for profit centres held 42% of the childcare places. They now hold over 57% of the actual little places that children take. The cost of care before subsidy has grown exponentially. Back in 2011, the median cost was around $387. Now, it's more than $650. And back in 2009, and this is the statistic that worries me the most, 25% of one-year-olds were in childcare. By 2023, we had over 50% of one-year-olds, babies, in childcare, which leads me to choice. I think about the parents who watch the Four Corners report, who are listening to the news, who are needing to bundle their baby into the back seat in the early morning and having to drop off their child. And I'm wondering if they really know what's happening in their childcare centres. What choice do they really have? I believe we've developed policies in this place that have taken the choice of how we raise children away from families, and we've done this in a few ways. Successive governments have made housing unaffordable because we've focused on policies that have increased the demand. And while the current government has announced that they will build thousands of homes to address the supply, we've had record migration over the last 3 years, and that migration is outstripping the new supply of housing. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, in the years 1993-1994, we had a net inflow of 47,000 people into Australia. In 2023-24, we had a net inflow of 435,000 people. Massive population growth has led to increased housing demand exponentially. So that is one issue that we have to address, because at the moment it requires 2 full-time jobs in order to cover a mortgage and basic needs. Another factor that has taken away choice is we've changed family tax payments. I had my babies in the years 1999, 2001 and 2004. If I look back at my life during those years, by the time William was born in 2001, the money from family tax A and B afforded me to stay home, even though their father was earning, just an above working class income. Then family tax A and B was a substantial part of the family budget. It made the difference and allowed me to care for my children at home and to be able to be there for their first steps, for their first words. To explain the family tax A system, family tax A is paid to families based on the overall household income. B is paid to single-parent families or two-parent families where one parent is working outside of the home and one is working in the home. Families above the FTA threshold received family tax B if one parent was home doing the hardest and most rewarding job of all, parenting. Back in the year 2000, there was no income limit for the primary earner. Now that limit is $120,000 for a family to receive Family Tax B. Back in 2001, we had 26,571 families who received only Family Tax B. Now that has eroded to 7,000, just under 7,500 families. Two-parent families, we no longer have one parent staying at home, and for some that is a choice and for some that is not. And I completely respect those who want to return to work, but I question how many, because of our public policy settings, have been pushed where both parents have to work, where we penalise a parent for staying at home and raising children, but we're happy to pay a private childcare centre $30,000 of taxpayer money in order to care for that same child. And remember that statistic. In just over a decade, we've gone from 25% of one-year-olds being in childcare to over half of all one-year-olds. Back in 2001, there were over 1.2 million two-parent families receiving Family Tax A. Now that's halved to just over 600,000. I talk to my adult children now, and one of their dreams, one of their aspirations, is being able to afford to have one parent to stay at home and raise the children until they go to school. Their first aspiration is being able to afford a child in the first place. No wonder our birth rate has fallen to 1.5. How sad that in one generation, choice has been eroded. And let me be clear, this is not about talking about women coming out of the workforce or going into the workforce. This is about having policy settings that recognise that both parents are the first and best teachers of a child, and that either parent, whatever works best for that family, should have a choice to be able to raise that child in the home. Now you need to be wealthy to be able to afford to stay home and raise a child. So what do we do? How can we make this right? We need to give choice back to families, and we should be revising the rates of Family Tax B through lifting the payment and meaningfully lifting the threshold for the earning parent. We should be properly recognising and supporting grandparents who want to be part of the raising of the grandchildren. We pay childcare centres millions. In fact, we pay them billions. And we can't support grandparents with any sort of carers payment to help out with raising children. And we should implement income splitting for tax purposes in families where there is a child or children under school age. The current tax distribution is completely unfair, and it provides no incentive to raise children at home. If you have two parents earning $102,000 each, a total family income of $204,000, they pay $42,000 in tax. If you have one parent earning $204,000 and the other parent at home with the children, that same family pays $58,000 in tax. That's a $15,000 gap. Same family, total same family income. Back in 2000, I felt my role as a stay-at-home parent was valued by the government. The policy settings reflected this. I felt that I was meaningfully contributing to the nation, not just by birthing three little Australians, but by being home to raise them. And I felt part of a society, not just an economy. And I felt that I had choice. And right now, for so many parents dropping their children at the childcare gate today, I fear that that choice no longer exists.
Thank you. And I call the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been an incredibly hard month in my electorate. A month in which hundreds of families in my community have had to confront a parent's worst nightmare. 3 weeks ago, my community in Melbourne's West awoke to serious and disturbing allegations of sexual abuse of children by an employee at a Point Cook early education and care centre in my electorate. As investigations into the alleged perpetrator have continued, police have named a further 2 centres in my community among the 23 centres that the employee worked at across Greater Melbourne between 2017 and this year. This was sickening news. There is deep shock, grief and anger being felt by the affected families across my community in the wake of these horrific allegations. Now, the childcare centre where many of the alleged abuses occurred is located in Point Cook. Point Cook is one of the largest and fastest growing suburbs in our country. It's a community, it's a suburb comprised of many young families with 2 working parents who are, frankly, in many situations forced to commute significant distances to work in order to pay the family mortgage. These families rely on childcare. They have to be able to trust Australia's childcare system. Point Cook and suburbs like it in the outer fringes of our capital cities rely on it. This is modern Australia. It is incumbent on all of us to ensure that the regulatory system and the laws of this country deliver what these families need in order to rely on and to live their lives. I want to be clear in this debate that this is an ongoing police investigation, and I can't comment on the specifics of this case. Police are continuing to investigate, and the judicial process will continue. Police are also working with the Department of Health and the Commission for Children and Young Persons, Family Safety Victoria, Department of Families, Fairness and Housing, Gatehouse, the Department of Education and the Royal Children's Hospital, who have done important work to ensure support services are in place and that families are given as much information as possible about the process from here and the situation affecting their family. I want to thank all of the workers who have been marshalled to respond to this terrible time for our community. These are the hardest issues to grapple with in any workplace. Many people have had to deal with issues, the hardest issues, as part of their daily job in order to provide families in my community with the support they need. I thank them. I particularly thank the law enforcement officers who discovered this is not easy work, but it's vital, and I want to express my appreciation on behalf of my community for their work. The job before us in this Parliament is ensuring that the system ensures that events like this, that the events that are alleged to have occurred, can never happen. We understand the importance of doing everything we can to prevent child abuse and to keep our most vulnerable Australians safe, so that responses like the ones that have been marshalled from my community are not needed. That's why we fast-tracked this legislation that was considered by the House today. I want to assure my community that our government is taking action, putting protections in place to keep our children safe and to cut off opportunities for predators to offend when we leave them in the care of our educators. Our laws must ensure that the small number of providers who put profit over safety and who persistently fail to meet quality standards are identified and penalised quickly and decisively. Centres that don't provide a safe environment should not be operating. This legislation is about restoring the trust of parents in the Australian childcare system. Trust takes a long time to build. I understand this is not a one-off. It's going to be a process from here for many families in my community. Raising children is one of the most rewarding and fulfilling parts of life, but it's also one of the most challenging things that you can do. And for many families, juggling parenthood with other responsibilities like work often means entrusting your children's well-being to early education and care operators. Parents should not have to question whether their children are safe at these centres. When we do that morning drop-off, we expect that our kids are going to be treated with the same kindness, love and dignity that we, as their families, give them every day at home. We expect that they will receive both the care and education that we have sought out for them. And above all, we expect that they be kept safe. I'm confident that this is the case in the vast majority of childcare centres in our country. I've met so many dedicated childcare workers in my electorate. They feel what has happened in our community more than most. Good people who've committed themselves to educating and caring for our most vulnerable in our society. I've met these hard-working, caring and talented workers who go above and beyond for our children on so many occasions. And while the vast majority of centre staff do their work with the well-being of our children at the front of their minds, it's clear that current regulations need to work better to prevent the few bad actors.
While states and territories are responsible for regulating quality and safety in childcare centres, the Commonwealth also holds levers through the childcare subsidy funding that we provide. The childcare subsidy is a significant lever that we can use to effect change and to drive quality improvements in these sectors. Informed by the review of child safety arrangements under the National Quality Framework, we have introduced this bill to take urgent action to protect kids in early education and care centres. And we're giving the Commonwealth the power to cut off funding to centres when they're not up to scratch on safety. We're giving authorised officers the power to perform spot checks and unannounced visits to detect fraud and non-compliance. And authorised officers will also have the power to share anything that doesn't look right with state regulators. The Commonwealth will have the power to publish information about sanctioned providers, such as infringements, extra conditions placed on the provider for their approval or expansion, refusing approval for a new service where existing services have a poor track record of quality and safety, and the nature of any non-compliance that led to action being taken. It means that families will be able to make fully informed decisions when choosing a provider for their child or children. Now, these measures are not intended to close down centres, but to raise standards up so our kids are protected. For Victorian centres, these measures will work in step with the state government's statewide register of workers and ban on the use of personal devices in centres. We'll continue working with states and territories to strengthen and harmonise protections across the early childhood education and care sector, not just in Victoria but nationally. We know this is an issue that hasn't, regrettably, been limited to my community. I'm confident that every government in Australia is ready to act to keep Australia's children safe. And the Prime Minister knows the importance of early childhood education and care. His vision is that Australia should be a place where it's as natural to have your child have access to childcare as it is to have access to a public school. And as we work to build that system, our priority is ensuring children are safe, well cared for and receiving high quality education and care. We have big ambitions for Australia's childcare sector. It's important to modern Australia and the kind of lives we live today. These big changes to our system, and it's important that we get them right. We get the foundations right to ensure that safety is ensured. We've already put the work into making childcare and early education cheaper for families and also to make the sector more sustainable, to improve the overall quality of education and care. We're setting up Building Early Education Fund to build more childcare centres in outer suburban areas and guarantee every child has access to 3 days of affordable childcare. We've already delivered 3 consecutive pay rises for Australia's 200,000 low-wage workers, including workers in the childcare sector. And in November, we delivered a 15% wage increase above award wages. And we did so while capping fee increases so that workers are fairly paid without the cost being passed on to families. Wage increases for early childhood workers help retain our existing early childhood educators, help keep them in the system, keep them in the same workplaces as a vocation. It's an important thing that parents know and trust their educators, build relationships with them over time. Over the last 3 years, the early learning workforce has grown by more than 30,000 workers. We know there's more to do, which is why the next meeting of education ministers will focus on more options to protect kids, like a national education register, additional child safety training for workers, and the use of CCTV in childcare centres. Our government is driving the delivery of meaningful change to protect our kids. We know that there's no silver bullet solution to stop predators from trying to commit harm, but we can do everything in our power to ensure they are identified and prevented. That's what we're doing in this bill. This is the start of an ongoing project.
Thank you. And I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill. Every child deserves safe, high-quality education and care, and wherever public money is spent, we need clear mechanisms for accountability. Whilst this bill is a measure that the Greens support, it alone will not fix the system where too many children are being let down. We've all seen the reports, we've heard the horrendous stories, allegations of abuse, neglect and malpractice in early learning settings. We've seen the courage of journalists and whistleblowers, the tireless work of amazing educators and the pain and anger of families who entrusted their children to a system that failed them. These are not isolated incidents. They point to a broader systemic problem. They reveal what many in the sector and many parents already know, that the current system is just not built to guarantee safety or quality for every child, and that is an indictment on us all. It should never take headlines like the recent ones to get action. So yes, we support this bill, but let's be honest, it's not a silver bullet solution. It's a necessary step, but it is far from sufficient. Tinkering with the payment system will just not keep our kids safe, because the truth is the real problem lies deeper in a funding model that treats early learning like a marketplace, not a public good. In a system where the childcare subsidy actively incentivises profit over quality care while failing to guarantee high standards, failing to guarantee access or inclusion, and failing to guarantee fair conditions for those important educators. The CCS funnels billions of public dollars into private for-profit providers, including some owned by offshore corporations. Money meant for children's education and care is leaking out of the system into the hands of shareholders with no interest in the future of Australian children, only an interest in lining their pockets. And data shows us that these for-profit providers who consistently and routinely score lower when it comes to quality standards is the problem. Right now, around 11% of all long daycare centres across Australia are rated as working towards the national quality standards. That's over 1,000 services. These are services still allowed to operate and receive public subsidies despite failing to meet baseline standards for education, health, safety and well-being. We actually have world-leading national quality standards in place in Australia, but we have no national body responsible for enforcing them, no independent oversight and no long-term vision for a system that better serves families. Instead, we rely on under-resourced state regulators to do the heavy lifting. These agencies are stretched thin. 1 in 10 childcare operators don't even yet have a quality rating. Serious complaints just fall through the cracks, and all the while, children are clearly being put at risk. At the same time, educators, the very people tasked with implementing those quality standards, are being pushed to breaking point. New research shows that early childhood educators are working on average 9 hours of unpaid time every single week. That's on top of already low pay, high turnover, chronic understaffing, stress. We're asking educators to do one of the most important jobs in our society, and we're refusing to treat them properly, respect their expertise or resource their workplaces. It's no wonder that so many are leaving the sector and that quality is slipping in so many places. And for families, the situation is just dire. In my electorate of Ryan, families are crying out for more accessible, affordable, high-quality early learning. There are only 0.6 long daycare places available for every child in Ryan. In suburbs like Brookfield and Kenmore Hills, families are paying an average of $98 out of pocket each week for just 3 days of care. Many even more than this. That's at least $5,000 a year for services where we cannot guarantee the safety of their children nor the quality of their education. For many, especially single parents, families with multiple children or those doing it tough with rent or mortgage stress, these costs are simply unaffordable. Families are being forced to make impossible choices, delaying their return to work, pausing careers or turning down study or training. And for children, this often means missing out on the critical learning, care and social development that happens in those early years, the kind of development that lays the foundation for everything that follows. We can't call this a functioning system. We can't keep tinkering around the edges in search of a fix. The Greens believe it's time to fundamentally rethink the way we approach early learning in this country. We took a bold vision to the last election, a plan to deliver free, universal, high-quality early childhood education and care for every child, just like primary and secondary school. A plan to move away from the troubled and deeply flawed childcare subsidy model and replace it with direct public funding for services and funding to increase services in areas without enough supply to meet demand. Under this plan, we also proposed for more funding for inclusive services for children with additional needs, as well as to properly fund and support Aboriginal-controlled organisations. We would lift pay and conditions for educators. We would give families real choice, real access and real quality, no matter their income, postcode or background. And perhaps the most crucially and most urgently called for requirement is the creation of a new independent National Early Childhood Education and Care Commission. The Commission would serve as a strong, independent, sector-wide watchdog with teeth. It would be responsible for cracking down on dodgy private operators who are not meeting standards. It would be a single central point of coordination and research, and it would steward our way towards a high-quality, universal early learning system, because right now there is no accountable body. The passing of the buck needs to stop. This commission would be a national brain and backbone for the sector. It would help coordinate across states and territories, lift standards and hold providers taking public subsidies to account. Let me be clear, this isn't some distant idea. The plan's ready to go. It's backed by stakeholders from across the sector. In light of events recently, my colleagues have been imploring the Labor government to work with us to sit down with the sector and put this critical body in place. Excuse me. We're ready to work constructively. We're not interested in playing politics. Families, educators and children just cannot wait any longer. Excuse me. Because how we treat our youngest generation says everything about who we are. If we can't keep our children safe, if we can't educate and care for them, thank you, Sharon. Appreciate. Terrible to listen to. In their most formative years, then what good is anything else? Early learning's a great equaliser, but only if it's truly accessible, truly safe, truly high quality. Only if we treat it as a universal right, not a market commodity. Only if we put the needs of children and educators above the interests of profit. So yes, we support this bill because no service that consistently fails to meet quality standards should be allowed to keep receiving public funds. But this bill is a bit of a band-aid. It's not a plan, it's not a vision. We need more than the ability to act after harm has already occurred. We need leadership that prevents it in the first place. We need a system that puts children and families at the centre. Is the Prime Minister ready to make this his legacy, or will we keep tinkering at the edges of a system that is so very clearly in crisis? Let's build something better. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you. And I rise today in support of the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025. This is a bill that no one ever wanted to have to introduce, but it is absolutely necessary. It comes in the wake of devastating, heartbreaking revelations of abuse in early learning centres, including some of the most horrific cases we have seen, especially those in Victoria that have left families reeling and a sector in crisis. These were not minor oversights or isolated lapses in judgment. They are appalling breaches of trust. Children, our most vulnerable citizens, were failed in the very places that should have offered them safety, care and a nurturing start to life. Families are rightly furious. Educators who do the right thing are gutted. And Australians everywhere are asking how on earth could this happen under the watch of systems designed to protect. Deputy Speaker, when a parent drops off their child at care, they're making one of the most profound acts of trust. They are entrusting someone else, an educator, a provider, a caring community, with the most precious thing in their world. And our first responsibility as parents, educators, lawmakers is to protect children. And when that trust is broken, we have a moral obligation to respond swiftly, thoroughly and with unwavering conviction. And this bill is that response. It's more than just a policy document, it is a line in the sand. This bill delivers on a comprehensive systemic overhaul of the national regulatory framework for early education and care. It will put in place safeguards, standards and accountability measures. And let me take a moment to outline what some of those reforms involve and why they're essential. Firstly, the establishment of a National Register of Early Childhood Educators. This is a really long overdue mechanism. It means every educator working with children must undergo mandatory background checks, including working with children clearances and police checks. Importantly, it introduces nationally consistent disqualification provisions, and so that individuals who pose a risk can no longer simply move into to escape scrutiny. And this register will ensure transparency, traceability and integrity across the sector. It will give regulators and families the confidence that those working with children have been appropriately vetted and are accountable to a central standard. Secondly, this bill gives stronger powers to regulators. Providers who pose a risk to child safety will no longer be able to slip through the cracks. And this bill enables the immediate suspension or cancellation of approvals where there is credible risk. No more lengthy procedural loopholes that prioritise paperwork over protection. The safety of children will always come first. Third, this legislation mandates real-time information sharing between jurisdictions. One of the most chilling aspects of the recent abuse cases was that perpetrators that have been flagged previously, in some cases in other states, but those warnings failed to follow them, and this bill will end that. Regulators will now be empowered to share intelligence across borders, preventing dangerous individuals from simply moving states to continue working with children. That's a really important measure, and we've learnt the benefit of ensuring that perpetrators of violence and abuse don't get to skip state and territory borders in order to escape scrutiny. We've done that in family violence spaces. I'm the member for Newcastle. I've seen an entire Royal Commission dedicate 2 volumes to the type of child abuse that took place in my region, again in very different set of circumstances, but under at a time when people could have every right to have expected the institutions that their children were in would have been places of protection and trust. So these are all very important measures. They're not by any means the end, and I'll continue my speech, but the fourth component of these measures here is really around the introduction of a child safety code of practice. That's developed in partnership with state and territory governments and guided by expert advice. And this code will set a clear, enforceable expectations for all educators and providers. It will no longer be good enough to just say the right things in a policy document tucked away in somebody's bottom drawer. Child safety will be a daily, demonstrable practice with clear consequences for failure. And that is exactly what all of our communities expect. The fifth part of this legislation will now require mandatory reporting and data transparency for all serious incidents. And that includes physical or sexual abuse, significant injuries or breaches of duty of care. Parents will have a right to know, and regulators will be empowered to respond, and public confidence in the system can begin to be rebuilt. Finally and critically, this bill enshrines a zero-tolerance approach to anyone who poses a threat to the safety or well-being of a child. No grey areas. No second chances. If you harm a child or you have been found to be unfit to work with children, you will not be allowed anywhere near a care setting. And these aren't cosmetic changes. These are systemic reforms designed to put children first and to always put children first. They're designed to raise the floor of safety and quality across the board, and to ensure the horror that we've seen in recent times is never allowed to be repeated. For families in Newcastle, this bill will help restore confidence in the early childhood system in our city. Early education's a vital part of everyday life. For families right across Newcastle, they rely on early learning centres to support their children's development, to enable parents to go to work, to study and to participate fully in their communities. We're lucky to have so many passionate, professional and dedicated early childhood educators in Newcastle. They show up every day with care, compassion, creativity and an enormous sense of responsibility. But even the best educators need to be backed by strong systems, because no child should be safer in one centre than another. Parents shouldn't have to cross their fingers and hope that they got lucky with the choice they made of care. Every single parent deserves to know with confidence that the person looking after their child is trained, is trustworthy and fully supported. They deserve transparency, they deserve protections, they deserve peace of mind. And educators themselves deserve better. They deserve a system that celebrates their dedication, that weeds out bad actors and lifts the status of their profession. A strong regulatory framework protects not just children but the integrity of the whole sector. Let me say this clearly. This bill is about restoring confidence, not just in regulation, but in the promise that every child in every postcode has the right to be safe, nurtured and valued from the very beginning. Deputy Speaker, this bill builds on the strong foundations already laid by the Albanese Labor government in the early education sector. We've never treated childcare as a luxury or an afterthought. For us, it's central to our vision of a fair, productive and inclusive Australia. Since forming government, we've made childcare cheaper for over 1 million Australian families, including thousands in Newcastle. We've increased the childcare subsidy up to 90% for low-income families, ensuring that money is never a barrier to accessing quality care. We've delivered a historic 15% wage increase for early childhood educators, a long overdue recognition of the vital, skilled and emotionally demanding work that they do. We've announced the 3-day guarantee, replacing the Liberals' punitive activity test, so that every child, regardless of their parents' work hours, has access to early learning. We've established the $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, which will build and expand more centres in areas of need. These reforms are already changing lives. They're lifting the quality, they're expanding access, and they're making early learning more affordable and equitable, and that is exactly what Labor wants to see. Speaker, this bill is our promise to families that we will never turn away from the hard conversations, that we will always stand up for the safety of children, that we will always back the people and the systems that nurture them every single day.
Thank you. And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Most of us in this place are parents. Like our friends, like our colleagues and like our constituents, we have been deeply horrified by the horrible revelations that we have heard in recent weeks regarding criminal, tragic, evil acts of sexual abuse, including rape, of children in more than 24 childcare centres in Victoria over the last 8 years. Those crimes were inflicted by individuals working legally in those centres with valid working with children checks. Unthinkably, more than 2,000 children have had to be tested for sexually transmitted diseases because of those crimes. The revelations have triggered a crisis of confidence in the childcare sector. They are a devastating indictment of the inadequacy of regulation and oversight of our childcare system. They've triggered the legislation that we're seeing and talking about today. And it is appropriate that we act with bipartisan urgency in response to this tragedy. But the fact is that these legislative changes are very small pieces of much more significant reform which is required in this sector, reform which should have happened years ago. The failure of serial governments to act on this issue, to protect our children, means that we have to accept some responsibility for this horrifying situation. In recent years, Australia has seen far too many cases of child sexual abuse in childcare centres. In the worst of these, a former childcare worker from New South Wales was charged in 2023 with 1,623 child abuse offences against 91 children, including 136 cases of rape and 110 counts of sexual intercourse with a child aged under 10. There is no centralised national reporting system for these offences. We know that underreporting is rife, both because of a fear of regulatory consequences and because people don't understand what they're seeing. The Royal Commission into Institutional Responses into Child Sexual Abuse recommended standardised training across all childcare and education sectors, which should embed child safety into organisational culture and should ensure that staff understand both the physical and the behavioural indicators of abuse. That was 2017 and it has not happened. Early childhood education and care transforms lives, Deputy Speaker. It supports vulnerable children. It enables women's workforce participation. The sector is absolutely vital for our economic growth. But Australian parents have to be able to trust the system. They have to know that their children will be safe when they leave them in other people's care. The horrible revelations from Victoria and from other states are violations of the faith that families place in our childcare system. In the wake of these safety concerns, male childcare workers have faced widespread gender discrimination. They've been turned away from centres. They've had shifts cancelled. They've been banned from duties like nappy changing. Those actions are driven by fear, understandable fear, but they risk violating anti-discrimination laws and they undermine the contributions of dedicated male educators. We have to resist reactionary measures that will stigmatise individuals based on their gender and instead focus on systemic reforms that will ensure adequate training and supervision of all workers in the sector. In response to recent events, the Victorian Government launched a rapid review into childcare safety. It introduced immediate bans, such as a ban on personal devices in childcare centres, a public register of early childhood educators, and commitments to strengthening background checks, CCTV monitoring, and cross-provider information sharing. Further recent revelations regarding security flaws in the Victorian Working with Children check system underline the urgent need for technological integrity and more robust identity systems in safeguarding our children. But these should be national, not state-based. The needs for these steps highlights the limitations of the current regulatory framework and the urgent need for national consistency, transparency and accountability. The fact is we have persistent gaps in our child safety laws and enforcement, and they have been highlighted by years of government inaction, despite repeated recommendations from the Royal Commission into the institutional responses to child sexual abuse and the National Strategy to identify and respond to child sexual abuse. This underscores the need for a more comprehensive overhaul. We've allowed unsafe centres to continue to operate, to receive government funding and to put kids at risk. Those centres have also allowed individuals who pose a risk to children to exploit gaps between state systems and to continue to work with children when they should be nowhere near them. The bill before us proposes amendments to the Family Assistance Administration Act, which are aimed at improving safety for every child in care. The reforms are necessary, but they are not sufficient. The bill does not address the fragmentation of responsibilities across jurisdictions. It does not resolve the lack of a single body responsible for ensuring that policies, funding models and system settings work together to deliver a cohesive, high-quality experience for children and for their parents. Advocates and experts, including the Productivity Commission and the National Children's Commissioner, have long and repeatedly called for establishment of an independent national commission to oversee early childhood education. Such a body would provide national leadership, enforce consistent standards and ensure accountability across jurisdictions. The Productivity Commission made the need for such a commission clear in its 2024 inquiry, noting that many government entities were operating in the ECEC space across a number of jurisdictions, but that there is no dedicated body tasked with monitoring the system's performance against its objectives and with taking a comprehensive national view of early childhood education and care, including availability, quality and outcomes. A national commission could articulate shared national goals for the sector and oversee the entire system. It could ensure that roles and responsibilities are clearly assigned across quality, workforce, access, affordability, safety and inclusion. It would ensure that public money is used effectively and that services are held accountable for the care that they provide. To truly protect our children, we need a national educator register, publicly accessible and updated in real time. We need stronger background checks and real-time data sharing across jurisdictions. We need a National Safety Commission to coordinate and lead and to hold all levels of government accountable for delivering on those responsibilities. It's not about adding bureaucracy. It's about cutting through the duplication and the fragmentation which is present in so many parts of our childcare and other parts of our care sector. Without a commission, we will keep chasing cracks and crises with narrow fixes, like banning phones or installing CCTV, while the real and underlying issues remain. Those issues are the consequences of chronic workforce instability and the weak oversight of a system without a steward. Without national stewardship, we risk continued fragmentation, reactive regulation and repeated safety failures. A unified approach is essential to protect our youngest and our most vulnerable and to restore public trust in the early childhood education sector. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a step forward but is not the final step. Our children will still be at risk after we pass this bill. We owe it to every child, to every family and to every educator to build a system that is not only strong but is also safe. A system that learns from its failures and acts decisively to prevent them. We need national stewardship, coherent policy and a system that prioritises safety, quality and equity. So I reiterate my call for the establishment of a National Early Childhood Education and Care Commission. Let us in this place rise to this moment, not in fear but with resolve. We owe it to our children. They deserve nothing less.
Thank you. And I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This last hour we have heard from members from all sides of the House about the vital importance and value of childcare education, the sector, the centres and staff, their critical role in educating and taking care of our children, including enabling many MPs and senators, parents and their staff to be able to come to work and do the work they do in here. This past 12 months, we have passed legislation to address issues and build the sector with pay increases for early childcare workers, providing access to early childhood education and further training through free TAFE, and now the move to improve the legislation needed to ensure our children are safe and protected. Early last week, one of the first pieces of legislation tabled in Parliament was the Early Childhood Education and Care Bill. The work to introduce the bill was undertaken rapidly. This is thanks to the Minister for Education and Senator Walsh. This past month, with the support of the opposition and crossbench. I speak to this bill with a very heavy heart. I believe I speak for every member of this House when I say I wish we didn't have to introduce this bill because in the Australia we all envision, reforms like this should not be necessary. However, recent events have reminded us painfully that we need to do more to protect our children. Like so many parents across the nation, several weeks ago I was overcome with disgust when I read the reports of the reprehensible actions of one childcare worker across 24 centres. The sexual abuse and rape of children by one childcare worker was not just shocking, it was deeply disturbing. You don't need to be a parent to feel your stomach turn. The unimaginable breach of trust, the trauma inflicted on innocent children, the fear and helplessness felt by their families then and now cuts deep. I understand the fear and helplessness because I experienced sexual abuse as a child. The trauma of this abuse impacted my confidence, self-esteem and capacity to engage in education in primary school years. I switched off and shut down. My journey to recovery has taken years and impacted all of my family members. That is why the events of recent weeks struck such a deep chord in me as a parent, as a representative in this House, and a person with lived experience who cherishes children, their innocence, and the need to protect them and keep them safe. Deputy Speaker, what happened was not just wrong, it was criminal. And we must do what we can to ensure that it doesn't happen again. As we think about recovery and the support these families and children need, we have to do more to prevent this sort of thing happening in the future. That is what this bill is focused on, protecting our children, supporting their families and ensuring we can trust our early childhood educators and the care system. Trust in our early childhood education and care system is not optional. It is essential. Increasing numbers of families rely on this system not just for their child's development, but so they can go to work, earn an income, contribute to our economy and provide for their loved ones. No parent or carer should have to consider whether they work or not because of concerns about our childcare system and the safety and protection of their children. No parent or carer should leave home apprehensive about whether or not their child's well-being will be protected that day. And no educator should be tainted by the actions of the few, in this case one, who breached their duty of care. And because of this, it is our responsibility as lawmakers to step up and restore trust in the system. Over the past month, this government has already taken action to restrict the use of personal devices in early childhood education centres and reduce the timeframe for reporting abuse to 24 hours. The government will continue to build on these measures by granting the Commonwealth the power to withhold funding from early education and care providers who consistently fail to meet safety standards. We will empower authorised officers to conduct unannounced visits, to perform spot checks and to crack down on providers who breach regulations or engage in fraud. This government has a firm commitment to ensuring Australians' safety, in particular children and young people. This is evident as we work towards the ban on social media for young people under 16 years of age. Upholding the law is the role of government, and the Attorney-General is committed to ensuring the safety and care of children as well. Yesterday, the Attorney-General announced that her top priority is to work with the states and territories to ensure there are meaningful changes to working with children checks nationally, so there is national transparency and consistency. There is nothing more important than ensuring our children's safety, that they receive the care they are promised, and receive the educational benefits from the early childcare education system. It is that premise that will form the foundation of a universal early childhood education and care system, which was part of our federal election campaign. We want more families to access early learning, not just because it boosts educational outcomes, but because it helps parents, especially mothers, return to the workforce. A strong early childhood education and care system is a cornerstone to a strong economy, a thriving Australia. It lifts productivity, it narrows the gender pay gap, it provides children and young people with opportunities, and it ensures that no family has to choose between income and quality care for their children. Now, it is important to underscore that overwhelmingly, children are well cared for in centres. To the centres and their staff that provide care and support to our children currently, thank you for all you do. However, there cannot be any risks taken. The small number of providers who put profit over safety, who undercut security and fail to meet quality standards have no right to operate. This bill, Deputy Speaker, highlights that this government listens and acts swiftly to community concerns and deeply grievous harm conducted by this one man. Strict safety regulations will be imposed and bad providers will be punished. The Albanese Labor government's bold and ambitious childcare reform agenda was announced prior to the election because we know the first 36 months of a child's life are the most important. From 1 July 2026, our 3-day childcare guarantee will take effect, benefiting 66,000 families in its first full year and delivering savings up to $11,000 per household. That is real support for real families. We must ensure we support and build our early childhood education sector for years to come. This bill is part of this vision for our future. In the electorate of Dunkley, we have many childcare centres and childcare workers who are dedicated to the children and their families. They are professionals and work tirelessly to provide great care. In an electorate like Dunkley, many of them have attended Chisholm TAFE and benefited from free fee TAFE this past 12 months. I've met the students, I've heard their stories, and Adele Patterson from Frankston recently completed her childcare course. I asked her recently and about her views on the events of the past month. Adele shared with me a number of strategies to lift the standards of childcare safety for children. She commented that we need males in our workplace, in childcare centres. They can be very good role models for the boys in our centre. She recommended that if you don't have your Certificate 3 in early childcare, then you shouldn't be hired, while centres should offer more training for new staff and ongoing training for existing staff. Some of the issues we are required to deal with as politicians are simply not political, and this is one of them. This bill is not up for debate. As parliamentarians, parents, educators and carers, we must unite on this issue. We must show leadership as we work to pass this bill with the unity and urgency it deserves, because the safety, security and well-being of our children is paramount. This bill is not about sowing fear or alarm. It's about restoring trust. It's about telling parents your child's safety is our top priority, and we will enforce that with the full weight of the law. To the early childhood care educators who are professionals, we value you. We have zero tolerance for abuse, and this legislation puts that principle, this value, into action. Deputy Speaker, I commend the government for acting swiftly. This bill reflects our unwavering commitment to the safety of all Australians, and especially our children.
Thank you. I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Early Childhood Education, Care, Strengthening Regulation and Early Education Bill 2025, and to lend my support to it. First and foremost, I want to say that our childcare workers are amazing people that do an amazing job and provide, care that we've all experienced with our own kids, in my case, now grandkids, and they're to be held up as people that we should be proud of. But this bill obviously is here to address those evil, I don't even want to call them people, things that get into that system and do the unthinkable and take advantage of our most vulnerable little ones. But the reality is, I think, that the time for talking is up. And this is not a reflection of any particular party, because we all share a responsibility here. We know what we've got to do here. This bill's good, and it does head in the right direction, and it does prioritise safety, which is and the care of the kids, which is the most important thing, obviously. And it adds transparency to a system, and that's always a good thing. But there's more things we need to do, and we've had reviews in the past, and people I know who have been affected by these horrible, horrible situations are telling me loud and clear, act, do the things that they're calling out for, harmonise these working with children checks. That's a state, this is a complex area, and there does need to be more national coordination here. It's one of those areas where the states have responsibilities, and we have, the Commonwealth and the states have been working together on this for many, many years. But these offences, these kinds of offences have continued to occur, and we've had a number of reviews, and those recommendations haven't always been acted on, and we need to act on them. These predators, they just don't see the world like a normal person. We see a little one, and I know I see complete innocence, vulnerability. I hope for a bright future for them. I feel like I want to protect them and nurture them and make sure that they're safe. These people don't see that. They see them as an opportunity to gratify themselves in the most sick and twisted way with no regard for that little person. Some of them are very intelligent. I used to be a policeman. I've had a fair bit to do with people of this nature. Some of them they will come across the exact opposite to what they are. And this is why we need a framework that is absolutely robust, because these people, they are evil. And they don't stop. They take pleasure in that sadness and that horror that they inflict. So we need to act. That is simply my message. I've sat down with the parents of some of the little ones that are affected by this, and they just want action. So this is a good thing. It heads in the right direction. It does all of those things that really should have been done a long time ago. But we need to harmonise the state checks. We need to get the states doing the right thing. If we need to increase resources to those who conduct the checks, we need to do that. If we need to lower the threshold so intelligence or information that isn't currently drawn on to decide on the appropriateness of these people isn't, we need to do that. We need to make them as strict as possible. I think we absolutely need to ban mobile phones. This is another tool of these evil predators that is just unthinkable. And I agree with the proposition of putting CCTV footage into these daycare centres. So simply put, Speaker, we need to act. I know the Minister is a good man. Everyone in this Parliament wants to stop this. I've spoken to some of the state people that have a responsibility in this area. They're enthusiastic. We've got to change it. Kids could be being abused now because the changes haven't happened, and it's our responsibility to stop it. So I commend this bill, but I commend it by saying, as well as saying, we need to be doing more and we need to do it now.
Thank you. I call the member for Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today in support of the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill. Deputy Speaker, I still remember the days I dropped my boys off to daycare for the very first time. The anxiety, their tears, my tears. But we leave them knowing they are, in most cases, in good, safe hands. We leave them knowing that early childhood education is incredibly important for them and their future. We all felt sick to our stomachs, not just mums and dads, but most Australians, when we recently heard news of many children being abused by one man in Victoria and other cases of mistreatment or abuse in other states. Harrowing, traumatic, a most grievous breach of trust. We know the vast majority of early childhood educators are exceptional educators who put the safety of children first, but one case of abuse, assault or mistreatment is one too many. And that is why we in the Parliament have moved very quickly this week to introduce legislation to require childcare providers to put safety first and penalise those providers who don't put children first. Early childhood education plays a critical role in shaping a child's development and future. A child's experience at daycare or childcare and their early education can set each child up for a lifetime of learning, health and well-being. But they must be safe first. Parents should feel confident their children are well cared for, safe and secure. This bill gives the Commonwealth the power to cut off funding to early education and childcare centres where they're not up to scratch when it comes to safety. This legislation is focused on lifting standards up. We know the majority of early childhood educators are hardworking, dedicated, and fiercely protective people, dedicated to their jobs. These new laws are intended to raise standards and are targeted at the people that do the wrong thing. I've met so many dedicated early childhood educators in Dixon. You do important work and we need you. Thank you. Your work not only gives our children the best start in life, it also boosts economic growth by allowing parents to return to the workforce. The reality is the small number of providers who put profit over safety and who repeatedly fail to meet quality standards and provide a safe environment should not be operating. It's our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure the safety of our children. This legislation will give the Commonwealth Government power to cut off funding to childcare centres that don't meet the national quality standards. This includes safety and quality where there's a breach of the law or where centres are acting in a way that puts the safety of children at risk. These powers will be used in close collaboration with states and territories, and there's obviously a lot more work to do in that space. The bill will also give authorised officers more power to be able to do their job. Authorised officers can perform spot checks and visit centres unannounced. I think this is an incredibly important part of this bill. This will assist in detecting non-compliance. We also want to help families make fully informed decisions when choosing an early learning provider for their child. That's why this bill also expands the Commonwealth's power to publish information about providers that are sanctioned, including the details of conditions that are placed on a provider. Something I think in the past has been desperately lacking. All parents, when you're looking at a school, obviously do research before you send your child to a certain school, and it's going to be incredibly helpful in being able to look up the local early childcare provider and see if it's the place that you want to place your child. We will also have the first national register of childcare workers so that perpetrators don't just move to another centre. Over 1 million parents and carers use the childcare system. They rely on it for care and put their trust in the system to look after and educate their children. There is always more work to do, particularly in conjunction with the states. But this bill is incredibly important and it is a start.
Thank you. Okay, call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me begin with the simple truth. Few things matter more than the safety of our children. Early childcare educators and services play a vital role in our communities. We entrust them with the well-being, development and safety of our children. That trust is earned through care, professionalism and dedication. And when something goes wrong, it not only shakes that trust, but has a deep impact on families, communities and the many amazing workers who care so deeply about the safety of children. Recent events have reminded all of us, in the most painful way, that there are cracks in our current system and that those cracks can lead to tragic consequences. My thoughts are with all those impacted by what happened in Victoria and today in Queensland. It is truly devastating. My heart breaks for those children, their parents, their families and the workers who care for them. While investigations and court proceedings are ongoing, what's already clear is this: the system must be strengthened, not later, now. The legislation that passed the House this morning is a necessary step, not a final fix, but a firm shift in how we protect children in early education settings. So here's what this bill does and why it matters. At its core, this legislation changes how we think about the federal government's role in early childhood education. For too long, the Commonwealth's only real lever has been financial, and even then it's been too slow and too disconnected from the realities on the ground. This bill makes one thing crystal clear. If you want public money to run a childcare service, you must meet basic standards of quality, safety and care. That's non-negotiable. It links the provider's access to childcare subsidy funding directly to their record on safety and compliance. And let me be clear, this is about accountability. It's about making sure the funding we deliver as a federal government reflects Australian values. That means supporting services who are doing the right thing. Deputy Speaker, we know state regulators do important work inspecting, rating, enforcing, and most of them do it well. But we've seen what happens when a provider ignores a warning or when issues go unaddressed for months and sometimes years. This bill gives the federal government the power to act in those cases to close the funding tap when services fail to act. It means that if a service is repeatedly warned by state authorities but continues to breach standards, whether through unsafe environments, inadequate staff checks or neglect, the Commonwealth can intervene. We can deny funding for new services and we can suspend or cancel existing approvals. Now, this isn't about catching services out on paperwork errors. It's about clear, documented failures to meet standards that protect our children. Parents deserve to know who they're trusting with their child. This bill expands the public register of enforcement actions so families can see not just who's been suspended or cancelled, but who's under conditions, who's been fined and why. That includes if a provider has had a new service application denied or if there are compliance conditions in place. We believe parents are entitled to this information, not hidden in fine print or tucked away in the corner of a government website, but accessible and up to date. Because when a family chooses a childcare service, they're not just making a logistical decision, they're making an emotional one. One of the most important decisions they will make for their child. They're putting their child in someone else's hands. They deserve to know those hands are safe. Another major reform in this bill is giving Commonwealth officers stronger monitoring powers. Right now, state regulators can enter and inspect childcare premises without prior consent. We believe the federal government should have similar tools, especially given the size of the financial investment we make. These powers will allow federal officers to conduct spot checks, identify fraud and, importantly, share safety concerns with state regulators in real time. This is not surveillance for the sake of it. It's about ensuring public money is not going to services that cut corners or place children at risk. Over the past few years, this government has invested over $220 million to tackle fraud in the childcare subsidy system. That effort has already recouped over $300 million. This legislation builds on that. It simplifies the process for issuing warrants, appointing auditors and tracking providers across multiple services. These might sound like technical changes, but they make enforcement faster and more effective. And we're taking steps to ensure educators, especially in family daycare and in-home care, don't carry unnecessary burdens like chasing down gap fees. Providers will now be responsible for collecting those fees, freeing educators to focus on what they do best, caring for our children. Let me say this clearly. This legislation is not about closing down childcare centres unnecessarily. No one wants to leave parents without care options because of solvable issues. But this is about drawing a line. If a provider knows there are problems and chooses not to fix them, if they ignore safety warnings, dodge regulations, or put children at risk, they will lose access to public funds, full stop. And that's how it should be. We're also making room for providers to improve. This bill allows time for service to meet conditions. It encourages growth and improvement, but it also, and importantly, sets boundaries. This bill is an important step, but it's not the end of the road. Ministers across the country have agreed to a broader agenda on child safety, including the development of a national educator register so workers can't slip through the cracks by jumping from one provider to another from state to state. We're also pushing for mandatory child safety training, not because we doubt the vast majority of educators who do extraordinary work each day, but to make sure everyone in the system knows what to look for and how to speak up. Following media investigations and shocking abuse reports earlier this year, states like New South Wales have launched their own reviews and are already acting on recommendations like higher penalties, improving transparency and even mandatory CCTV in services with repeated safety breaches. We support that work. We need every level of government engaged. Another key area needing reform is our fragmented working with children check system. The Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse was clear. We need a national model. Right now, the checks vary wildly in how long they last, what information is considered, and how often they're updated. Some states issue them for 5 years, others for 2. Some require them for age 18, others for 14. That inconsistency puts children at risk. Next month, the Attorney-General will bring state and territory counterparts together to get real progress on this issue. And it's long overdue, Deputy Speaker. Finally, I want to acknowledge the serious, constructive approach that colleagues on all sides of this chamber have brought to this bill. This is how Parliament should work, because parents across the country don't care about political wins. They want results. They want their kids safe. They want accountability, and they want governments, all governments, to work together. This bill is not a silver bullet, but it is a major reform, one that will lift standards, protect children, and restore trust in a sector that over 1 million families rely on each and every day. We owe it to these families. We owe it to our children. And so I'm so proud to support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is a response to the shocking revelation earlier this month about the Victorian man who's been charged with more than 70 offences of child sexual abuse while he was a childcare worker. Now, putting your child into childcare can be a very emotional decision for parents. Entrusting your precious kids to strangers, especially when they're too young to communicate clearly, is a huge leap of faith. And stories like this one really touch a nerve. My heart goes out to all the parents whose children are connected to this incident in any way. I can only imagine your horror. Parents want to know that the government is doing everything it can to make childcare centres safe places. State government regulators can already shut a centre down if they think that there's a serious threat to children's safety. But this bill deals with centres that may not pose an immediate threat, but are failing to meet national quality standards under Educational and Care Services national law. State government regulators are responsible for rating centres and enforcing standards, and most centres do meet those standards, but not all of them. About 4% of centres are working towards the national quality standards, or in other words, they're not actually meeting them yet. And this could be a technical breach. It doesn't necessarily mean that bad things are happening, but we have these standards for a reason. And under this amendment, the federal government will be able to take into account a provider's quality, safety and compliance history when deciding whether a centre is approved for the childcare subsidy. The government will be able to issue a notice and give the centre a set time, as short as 28 days, to comply with the standard or fix the problem if they're not currently complying with the standard. And if they don't, the federal government will cut off the centre's funding through the childcare subsidy, which represents about 70% of most centres' funding. So losing this funding will probably mean the centre would have to close. Now, this should be an effective big stick. It's worth about $16 billion a year, and centres are likely to sit up and take notice. The bill also creates new powers for unannounced spot checks for safety issues. And the issue of these notices can be made public to warn families and hold centres to account, so you know what's happening in the centre that your child goes to. The effectiveness of this amendment will depend on cooperation with the states, so that the federal government knows which centres are not meeting standards. Now, I'm generally a bit wary of knee-jerk reactions designed to show the public that the government's coming down hard after a horrible incident. But I was actually surprised that the government didn't already have the power to stop funding if safety standards were not being met. It seems pretty reasonable to me. Now, there are other reforms that need to happen and apparently progressing in discussions with the states. And that includes a register of workers, so anyone with a dodgy record can't just get another job at a different centre. It includes mandatory training, so childcare workers know what to look out for and when to report suspicious behaviour. Also, a coordinated national model for working with children checks, and possibly CCTV, although I'm concerned that that might raise as many issues as it solves when it comes to protecting video footage of children. The rapid review being undertaken by Jay Weatherill and Pam White in Victoria this month is also likely to inform further reforms. And I note that some stakeholders have pointed out that there are deeper systemic issues like persistent workforce shortages and misaligned incentives from a market-driven system. Keeping kids safe is a fundamental priority for the country, and we need to keep fixing the laws as holes emerge. And as the world changes, the dangers change too. This week, I introduced a private member's bill to prohibit the use of AI tools that are designed to generate child sexual abuse material. As well as responding to this horrific incident in a Melbourne childcare centre, I urge the government to act as nimbly and to look at other dangers that are emerging and address them proactively so we can keep our kids safe. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I, like all of us in this place, was sickened and devastated by the revelations of the most heinous crimes allegedly committed in early learning centres in Victoria. It is with a very heavy heart that I reflect on the fact that there are families in my electorate directly affected, with the alleged perpetrator having worked across 3 centres in Maribyrnong. It is a parent's absolute worst nightmare. And as I stand here and make my contribution on behalf of those families in my community, reeling from these recent events, I do so also for the parents right across my community and across this country. Rightly, it is the expectation of those families and every Australian that their government act with urgency and purpose in response. And that's exactly what we're doing. I acknowledge how swiftly both Ministers Clare and Walsh, together with the Prime Minister, put into action this response to protect the safety and well-being of our youngest Australians. I also acknowledge the collaboration that is occurring with both state and territory governments and the role everyone has to play, as well as acknowledging the opposition's involvement in this space. Safety of children and their protection, rightly, sits above politics. This is an area of real concern for me, and I have been active in early education for some time, both in terms of my advocacy with parents and carers, fighting for more affordable and high-quality early learning and care, and also alongside early childhood educators, as they have been fighting for decades now to reform and to advocate for the professionalism of their sector. And this is hard. It is hard to be dealt with the situation that we've been faced with, but as I said, it's incredibly important that this government, our government, is acting with urgency by ensuring that we, as the Minister said, increase standards. That is the focus of this legislation. By using a lever of government available to us, a pretty significant one being at that, being the funding, the Commonwealth funding through the childcare subsidy. The option to withdraw that should centres or services demonstrate that they are consistently failing the safety of our children is an important lever that we are prepared to make, and that's exactly what this legislation will do. As I said, standing in solidarity with both parents and carers and early childhood educators for well over a decade now, it is really important for me to also use this opportunity to make sure we're standing beside the early childhood educators, 99.9% of whom do such an incredible job. And one of the best ways that we can address the safety and wellbeing of children in our early childhood centres is by continuing to invest in our educators, by giving them the resources and power to do their job as they do with good quality and time. The best protection for our children, I should say, is, as I said, the investment in our educators. And I'm glad to see that under the previous government, under the last term of the Albanese Labor government, enacting the 15% pay increase, well-deserved, well-recognised need to see our early childhood educators paid a professional wage, goes away in ensuring that our educators, as I say, be properly recognised, and also attracting educators back to our sector, back to the sector. Because part of the challenge in this space is the fact that we have seen such that educators have been leaving the sector in droves, and we've had such a significant issue with workforce shortages that enables safety and quality to be compromised. And so alongside this really important and urgent legislation that we need to see enacted, and I commend this legislation, is also that ongoing work, as I say, in investing in our educators, in reforming our early education and care, and properly recognising it for the education that it delivers, the development it delivers for our youngest Australians, setting them up to properly succeed in life. That's what early education should and is for the vast majority of our youngest Australians and our families. And it is important that every Australian family, the million families that are in early education and care as we speak, that every single parent and child, or parent in particular, has the confidence in our early education sector. You know, as the mother of two daughters, both of whom went through early education and care and had an amazing experience, and you can really see now they're in primary school the benefit of their early education and care experience. I cannot fathom what it must be like for those parents and families, as I say, in my own community, who are reeling with the consequences of the most recent revelations. So as I say, I stand in solidarity with both those families, but I also in particular stand in solidarity with our early childhood educators. And I will continue my advocacy in this House to ensure that they have a voice and that parents have a voice, and so we can make sure that we continue to protect our most vulnerable Australians, and this is exactly what this bill does, so I commend it to the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. The time for statements has expired.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Yes, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, the question is the motion be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it.